Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PACAF Esports Championship broadcast. Again, we're bringing you some Rocket League for the first time, actually, at the PACAF Esports Championship, but also the first time it's myself, Danger Taco, Pyro J, to my left. I guess to my left, on your right. Regardless, we shouldn't talk about directions. The only direction we're going forward is forward into the group stage even further, because, Pyro, it's day 2 of groups to determine how everyone stands before we get into the playoffs.
It is day 2 of groups after today. All of the players that traveled to Tokyo to compete on LAN will get to playoffs. This is all for seeding today, and it was an exciting day yesterday of matches. I mean, Pacific Islands was running amok in their last 2 matches, but Taco, they weren't the team that was on top at the beginning of the day. That was Team Japan, so it was a fun kind of roller coaster ride, and I'm sure there's going to be just as much of excitement today.
Yeah, and we had every team really start to speak up, start to actually make themselves known, both literally because we saw some chirping, some a little back and forth, but also, more importantly, we had teams that really weren't out of it. Team Korea started off kind of rough there, don't have the best series score, and yet we actually did watch them against Pacific Islands, a game in which I kind of thought they'd get rolled over a bit. They were in it so close, multiple overtimes, trying to bring it home, and they just couldn't quite manage that. But you could tell that, you know, if they have maybe a day's rest, which they now do, they can come back at it today and be able to try to finish off group stage, fix that seeding, and maybe go forward. So we don't really know. All we do know is that, yes, this is a fantastic event put on at the Yokota Air Base in Tokyo, as you had alluded to. It is at the Enlisted Club, and you were Googling through. They got some amenities in there.
They got a barbershop in there. They've had all kinds of stuff. I mean, at this point, I'm wondering if next year we can make a stop over there. But they've also got an incredible esports facility, which we'll get a look at later to see how those gamers are getting set up. But as we continue here, hopefully we can run through the schedule of things, how this event has gone. See, day 1 did feature some highlighted matches from Team Japan and Team Korea, in which Japan took the win. Then Team Pacific Islands getting those 2 wins in round 2 and round 3. But take a look at day 2, Taco. We're finally gonna get to see Team Alaska.
Well, we're going to see a lot of Team Alaska. In fact, it's going to be none of day 1, and then all of day 2 is going to feature a Team Alaska matchup, which is good because they were hiding from us. So I suppose it's better to overcorrect and get them on every match. But yes, they will filter through. It is double round robin, so every team is going to basically repeat yesterday, try and play each other again in a bit of a more of a shuffle, with leading off Team Alaska, Team Pacific Islands, which is nice because, again, this is for seeding. So one thing I like about matches like this is that you might be hot on one day, or maybe actually the opposite. You wake up a little late, maybe you're just a little groggy, you're adjusting to time zones because people come from all over. As you can tell, Team Alaska, the farthest east team coming in here, Spills, I don't know, and What's Ahead, and Team Pacific Islands, Insane Line, Y, and one and only Olaf, Y, going with a different username, actually, with Mike Swizzy. But ultimately, yeah, they have been showing out. Team Alaska finally getting a chance to show off on stream, though.
There we go. There they are. They highlighted the fact that there's actually a good 10 to 15 year difference between some of the players. What's Ahead with 9 years of service, where IDK is right over a year. So they've got a breadth of talent as well as experience there from Team Alaska, and a lot of experience as gamers as well. But that's only one team that we'll see at the start of the day. Of course, we'll see Team Pacific Islands as well, which is a team that has been running amok, as I mentioned earlier in this tournament. Danger Taco, this has been the team to beat.
Absolutely, and as you can tell, I mean, it's just pure confidence, but also when we talk to them, I mean, it's been half of, yeah, we're playing well, we expect to keep playing well, but also they're just having a blast, and that's what it's all about, because these are players that were able to kind of compile from each of their individual regions. So for anyone who is a little bit wondering, wait, hold on, what's going on here? These are Air Force members from every different region that they have in the PACAF regions. Among Alaska, Pacific Islands, we have Japan and also Korea. So these are players that have found different people within those individual regions, been able to say, hey, you want to squad up, play through some qualifiers, and this is the best of the best that they have to offer. So Alaska has a lot to prove. We're going to see just how much they can prove on stream, but as you can see, we can have these teams, Alaska on the left, Pacific Islands on the right, just goofing it up, having a good time with the setups, and they look ready and rearing to go.
Yeah, what's with all the smiles, huh? I thought we'd get some stern and serious countenances before we got into the matchup today, because this is competition. This is Rocket League. And no matter how they want to go into this one, jovial or stern, we've got a best of 7 underway, the first of 3 to round out our round robin matchups here for this competition. Let's get to it. Game number 1 is underway.
And we, as a reminder, it's not best of 7 for a specific reason. We just have all the group stages being best of 7, so players get a lot more space to be able to flex those mechanics. And honestly, we're going to see a lot of that from Team Pacific Islands. It's mostly just from Alaska, seeing what they bring to the table. As, again, the first time we get to see them, and a lot of the audience watching from home will be able to see what they got going. And we had a lot of family shout-outs. Team Alaska, this is your time. It's a Alaska broadcast today.
That's right. 1 of 3 games that we'll see from them today. But don't be surprised when Pacific Islands are going to be that team that wants to take over and make this start of the broadcast theirs. Saw them in 2 competitions yesterday, and they won both in quite convincing fashion.
And right now, it looks Team Alaska just trying to get out of their half, but it's one thing that we'll see a lot from Team Pacific Islands. Some fast rotations, as well as hitting the ball high and often, trying to drain down your boost. But right now, not only is Team Alaska getting these clears, but they're doing so pretty well, especially with the ball chasing. Wait a minute, someone's got to shut that down. If not for Mark Wizzy, that was looking destined for the top shelf. Maybe third man rotation could get there. Watts ahead from an angle, can't quite squeeze it in.
Woo, couple close calls here. Team Alaska testing the defense of Team Pacific Islands here early on. So it shouldn't be a surprise here for Team Pacific Islands to know that Alaska's coming in with some serious gunfire. But speaking of which, Mark Wizzy through the smoke screen nearly gets that first goal on the board. How about the flight from what's ahead? Barely bumps the last defender. It'll be Spills on cleanup duty.
And this is a gorgeous fundamental Rocket League play right there from Watts ahead, just carrying that to the skies and honestly slowing it down, which I think is honestly even more terrifying sometimes when you're a defender, because you're pre-jumping early or using your boost and you realize, like, wait, why is they still floating in the air? They slow down a bit themselves and they can't quite get that read. Good job from Spills being able to hop on top of that, getting their first goal of the day and our first on broadcast. Team Pacific Islands had to mount some comebacks before, but this is definitely one that they would probably want back. Let's see the response as we start to enter the mid-game, as Watts ahead not only wins that one, they actually might get a second here off the backboard, just barely miscalculates.
And yes, there's a defender in the way, but that's Olaf with 0 boost. I think if the connection is made there from Team Alaska, it is their second goal. Come so close to extending their lead, but grateful for that will be Team Pacific Islands as they'll get a chance on the other way. See what's ahead, already cheating ahead, as that means that Team Alaska, they'll be geared in for those counterattacks at any time they think it could be promising.
I don't know, I really like that touch, especially because Spills is already on it. They have shown a fearless ability to get through those reads, and they're going to get rewarded with a second.
I'll tell you what, Spills is a quick one. Selected as one of the top male physical readiness training performer out of their 800 airmen, we were told, and overall an incredible distance running competitor. So when it comes to taking flight, when it comes to cleaning up the goals, maybe it's no surprise that they're ready for action.
And being able to see just how this all kind of comes together, we will see really what they're all about, because we came into this with Team Alaska not having the greatest record yesterday, but they look energized. I don't even want to know what they ate, because that's got to be some top secret meal that they're serving them over in Tokyo, because they are elite right now. Pacific Islands was very much the favorites, and it seems like they start off maybe the first 30 seconds looking pretty dangerous, and then ever since then they've been really on the back heel.
It doesn't take much in Rocket League to turn that around. The court isn't that huge after all, but what we've seen so far from the precision striking out of Spills and the full teamwork available out of Team Alaska, it is going to be tough still. Turn this thing around if you're Team Pacific Islands. Look at this, the one chance there from Olaf, and he's immediately bumped out of the way. There's just really no easy avenue to take here on the court.
I'd say most impressive thing I've noticed actually from Team Alaska is that they're not trying to finesse and just be like, okay, let me place this ball perfectly in the corner. They're just hitting it hard as possible. They're getting solid contact, and it's forcing Team Pacific Islands to really try to almost park the bus, it feels like at times. They have to wait back for the read because they know it's going to have a lot of venom coming right at them. So maybe something to think about as we go into Game 2, but at least for right now, Game 1 still very much in contention. 2 goals was dangerous lead to have in Rocket League as this ball will start rolling up and over. I don't know, just gets away from that demo attempt, and not only that, gets it to safety to the corner.
Still a chance here. Totally alive for Pacific Islands, but Mark Wizzy gets a touch that lands right into Spills' breadbasket. Till off with the shot, it ends up wide, but this would be their best chance now to score, as this is the longest they've probably been in red territory. Being said, it's another hard touch from the defense out of Team Alaska, and everybody coming to the party there for Team Pacific Islands to try to get some momentum behind this ball to score. Pass over to Olaf, back over to Mark Wizzy, just won't go.
Part of me feels like Olaf was trying to shoot that, and then halfway through was not sure if they got to it too fast, maybe overthought their angle, and meanwhile there's no overthinking from the side of Team Alaska. They're just going straight for it as Mark Wizzy, wait a minute, gets the double tap of the sidewall. Olaf trying to make up for it, and again, it's just in his head, the open net gonna go wide. Insane Line trying to rescue things, but that might have been their best chance. Maybe it's their second best. Olaf, no contact, a double save, and that is gonna do it for game number 1.
Well, it ended in a doozy there. Team Alaska, maybe not as convincing towards the latter seconds, but in its totality, game 1 owned and earned for Team Alaska. The 5 shots coming out of Spills, converting on 2 of those for the 2 goals for the team was definitely the highlight for the squad.
Yeah, and being able to get a win like this over, really, as I mentioned, the favorites, but I think the one thing that I also did bring up in pre show is that it is day 1, and now we are day 2 of this broadcast. So everyone's gotten a meal in them, or a couple, got some good rest, got to relax, got to also recuperate, because we talked to a lot of these players in interviews, and a lot of the sentiment came from the fact of, yeah, we are working hard to get here, we got through quals, but we're still working, because you have to focus. You got to make sure that you're always at the top of your game, and honestly, Alaska, they look pretty elite from here. I don't know how they were dropping games in series yesterday, but right now they're looking like they're done with that. They're trying to double up and go 2-up in the series as we kick off game number 2.
That's right. We are into a game number 2. Team Alaska looking like maybe they were the teams to take all the wins that Pacific Islands did yesterday. As you mentioned, after a day to get settled after that first day of competition, maybe we'll see a different flavor of these teams. Insane Lion, who was primarily on the assist game yesterday for Pacific Islands, comes mighty close to scoring their team's first goal of the series.
That's so important because, as you mentioned, yeah, it's been a full game scoreless, and it was not without some effort as they were getting closer and closer, it seemed like, and yet just like that last clear, it can get pretty close and then immediately get sent away. Pinch off the sidewall almost sets up first real attack for Team Alaska. Unfortunately, will ricochet back across, but the demos are certainly not stopping. No love lost between these two squads. A lot of carnage in the midfield.
Got to fight for that ball sometimes, as we've come to notice that these players are pretty good at wielding it. I mean, look at Mark Wizzy in the air dribble. Perfection to the back of the net. If you don't bump or demo these players, they're going to do that.
And this is exactly what we saw actually in game 1, but from the other side. Alaska's Watts ahead brought it all the way down, and this time Mark Wizzy did the same thing, but this time he had a lead blocker kind of disrupting that player sitting on the goal line, which is all you really need to be able to sneak that one through. Good confidence builder type of goal, but could the kickoff wipe it away? Yes, sir. I don't know. He's just that fast.
This is an incredible play from, I don't know. It's hard to judge where the ball's going to come off the kickoff, but if you can bring yourself center field for that kind of redirect shot, you are going to make your team very happy. Instant equalizer for Alaska.
Those are also satisfying goals too, because it's just a standard kickoff, but you can carry through so cleanly and get contact that crisp, and it's just a real satisfying type of goal to score, especially one that equalizes things almost immediately there. So 90 seconds in, kind of deep breath from Team Pacific Islands. Not going to be that easy to be able to assert their authority. Now they just got to make sure they tighten up on the defense as well, because the offense, Team Alaska, is still clicking somewhat. Can their defense match that, though? That's a team bump, unfortunately. Mark Wizzy, delay flick, trying to get past Spills, and he says no.
I mean, that's about as cool-headed of an approach as you could ask for from Spills. Mark Wizzy trying to fake out a challenge or something to get them away. I cannot believe that ball is not on the net. Well, it was on the goal line, but it just never passed through.
And that one was really clean, I will say, from Spills. I'm a huge fan of that. You go for the ground double, basically spike it as hard as possible. It creates a big bounce. Defense usually has to hesitate and have to pause for a half second just to recalibrate the read, and in that time, it can sneak past him. Unfortunately, hard to sneak past the crossbar as well.
There's nothing sneaky about this. Car collisions as far as the eye can see. Insane Lion, not one to be a stranger of those collisions. Straight up barrels their way through for a second goal.
Doesn't even overthink it either. It understands that that player's coming back. They're trying to get that backflip. Okay, I don't know. Let's just make sure this is getting away. But no, I'm going to stay dead center on this ball. I know it can channel to the right, and that's where the back post is. Cracks that one in, and even better, off kickoff, not going to give away the immediate comeback. So a little bit more possession potentially could be set up, albeit down one as the demos continue to fly in.
This is really the attitude that I wanted to see out of Team Pacific Islands at the start of the series that, we're only seeing now. Hold on, that's not the player you want to see. Have the ball if you're Team Alaska. It is once again Spills to set things up.
I love how aggressive they are. They understand immediately where they need to be. I mean, so many players instinctively, like Watts, would just take that first shot and then land in the corner, go to the corner, and then rotate back. But they actually immediately turn back to Spills and said, hey, I think I'm going to get this past him. I'm just going to hit on the near side. We prepared for the follow-up. He was, and it's just that easy of a goal. Rotationally, loving what Team Alaska is bringing to this series.
Like I was saying, the Team Pac Islands, well, they didn't give up the equalizer immediately. Yeah, that's true. It only took 15 seconds instead of 5.
True.
It's tough to hold a lead in Rocket League, especially playing against Spills. Spills isn't going to come away with a goal this time, but we'll be the continuation of that advancement upfield from IDK, and that's a tough touch for Team Pac Islands to make use of. Wizzy even leading that for Insane Line, but this one's centered. A bullet of a shot is sent out by IDK. And Spill's going to play the ceiling. A lot of pressure testing here against Team Pac Islands and their defense.
Yeah, especially with Watts. He's kind of a loose cannon. He's going for demo plays. He's now also being able to essentially go for pinches, like hooksters from the sidewall just to pinch it forward. So definitely a player that is going to be whipping out everything in their arsenal, as well as facilitating a lot of offense. He goes, doesn't touch it, but the third man certainly can.
This is absolutely fantastic and perfectly true as well to Team Alaska. I remember reading the team facts that they listed. They said, number one fun fact, we whiff a lot, but it tends to work out. Well, congratulations, because that couldn't have been perfectly exemplified than it was there.
Well, I mean, ultimately, if you do whiff a lot and you know you're going to whiff a lot, especially on those close contended plays, sometimes it actually helps your third man because you're like, yeah, I'll just play off your miss. Like, no worries. If it happens, it happens. And right now, it has happened occasionally, and it can be pretty debilitating. You saw Pacific Islands seemingly like they had everything lined up, and yet it didn't go through. This one has to, but no. Instead, it's going to be a last-second save. How about a follow? Insane Lion keeping it even.
I'll tell you what, this is just round robin. It is for seeding, but boy, have I never seen teams fight for a win like this. An absolute brawl. Insane Lion especially being called to action in a role that we don't typically see them do. Everyone from Pac Islands has to make those shots count.
And also have one on Team Alaska has to make sure the defense is crisp because it seems like Pac Islands starting to wake up. However, no third man. Maybe just out of an overabundance of caution, and then they can go forward. High lob, can't catch back up to it. So Mark Wizzy will try to rescue it, if not for an immediate clear. I think both teams are fully aware of the firepower on display, because again, this is a rematch, not necessarily an organic match, but maybe this is a new look for Alaska at the very least that Pac Islands is still trying to figure out how to contend with.
Tell you what, overtime looms, though. I wouldn't safely say that it's going to happen. This is still Team Pac Island's approach upfield. Wizzy has a lot of boost to keep this one alive, does so. And this one hits the ceiling. Should be killed by Olaf, as it will. Taking extra time here for this game.
being able to go into extra innings, see who's being able to actually be the most clutch. And if you ask Team Alaska, it might be them, especially with that close angle air dribble. Not necessarily super threatening immediately, but as it goes onto the goal, the defense may start to panic. Spills another one that will go right down into the middle. But all of Team Alaska, all the way back, just make sure to fuel up and ready up for the next foray forward. As I don't know, just beats out that first offensive player.
Like this from Insane Lion. Couldn't quite put that one through, but they are 2 for 2 on the shot taking in this game. So maybe that's the player you want to feed if you can get it out of your own side. Mark Wizzy, what a pre-flip towards that shot's trajectory to save it away, but they're not done yet. Spills the double tap, will not go. IDK still in front of it. It's Team Alaska. Give up on this possession, though. It's one defender remaining for their team. What's ahead gets the stop. Spills runs into their teammate, and it's up to IDK to clear it away. They're still not out yet.
This is an insanely close game. I really cannot tell how this one's going to end, especially because every time I think, I don't know if they can get there in time, they do. I don't know if that shot's going to be able to miss, and yes, it just goes over or something. We're playing with such fine margins, and the players are going to become acutely aware of it. I think beginning of overtime tends to be very aggressive. Let's see if anyone starts to retreat a little bit, retreat into that kind of cover 3 defense or something.
It's overtime is one of those timid scenarios where maybe you do want to rely on the defense more because you don't want to be that player that's caught out. A long, springy counterattack. And this one for IDK, I feel like he just ended up on the wrong side of the ball. Spills misses it. You can see the players are just called to action when those mistakes are made. Look at how clumped up as well the defense is right now for Team Alaska. Really give Pac Islands the chance to take advantage of that mispositioning. It's clear now from Olaf, way downfield. Spills does get a touch, but taking it straight inside, nearly at the net, was Lion. That one inches away from being the closer.
Huge fan of Pac Islands, just kind of saying, I'm just going to chuck this one real heavy right at your goal and see how you deal with it. Every once in a while, it does skim through, and you're thinking if there's a second man, maybe that's in, but I guess they'll have to keep on searching and probing with these high lobs. Mark Wizzy already ready for it from the side wall, spike into the ceiling, and he'll pay for it with his life, but that is a clear downfield again from Alaska before it comes right back. Watts actually goes almost too far forward, does get it to the side, and will be able to follow it up.
Is it going to take at this point? I believe this is our longest overtime that we've broadcasted on tournament, but it might end right here. Mark Wizzy, shot saved by What's Ahead, who's been a player with more of some off-the-ball impact with those bumps and boost steals, but comes up with a critical save there. Spills just does not want to see Mark Wizzy work in the air. That's a smart, quick challenge. Will it allow them to get out alive? So far, so good. We've seen that strategy of those long clears just to diffuse the effort and reset, but maybe there's not enough time to reset if you are Team Alaska. What's Ahead treacherously puts that ball in front of the paint. Fortunately for them, Insane Lion can't get that shot on target.
Fully boosted up, Spills going to take their best effort, and also What's Ahead supposedly going to help them out. Not necessarily the help that they were expecting, but that means a counterattack is on. Mark Wizzy, not a lot of boost, but a decent amount of aim. Can't quite reach it with the amount that they had in their tank, but how about a lead blocker to take out one? What's Ahead skipped past a second. Can they get it past that light touch? Not going to work.
Ooh, an Insane Lion jumped for pure desperation as they saw the shot incoming, and they were the last ones remaining. Fortunately for Team Pac Islands, that shot never arrived, but it might now. What's Ahead barrels it into the backboard. Spills gets the read, and well, the angle was on target, but the ball moved about a couple miles per hour towards that net. They've got to start again. Here's What's Ahead Will. Centers the ball. Wizzy, can they collect full boost as well? Yes, but not without the sacrifice of colliding against your teammate. Mark Wizzy now with boost, with control, does get interrupted. And these quick challenges just continue to direct the ball away from the net. Nobody wants to be put in a dangerous position.
Ooh, Mark Wizzy, every time they're downfield, I have the flashbacks, that excellent redirect they had in day number 1 against Team Japan, but not able to live up to that again. Spills, though, can maybe get another bounce shot. It's beckoning for a finish, and I don't know, will fulfill it. 4 3/4 of a minute extra is what it takes to secure game 2.
And Spills teeing it up. I mean, we should have known. That goes from 3 to 4 assists in this game, going from striker to playmaker, creating the lanes for Alaska to win.
And that is an excellent game. A lot of resilience from both sides, but this is also Team Alaska getting their second win of the day. I believe actually, no, I think they might have matched that in day number 1, but I was going to say, like, most of our games are 4-0s or 4-1s in day 2. And I said I want to see some more game 6s. I want to see some, potentially some game 7s. And right now, this feels like we might get that in Series 1, because any of these games, it feels like our coin flips.
I was going to say the same thing. Heads or tails, you call it. That overtime was all over the place. It's not even like it was dominated by one team. Look at the shot counts. It goes from 17 to 10. I mean, double digits on either side. Both teams coming so close. I think, though, if we do want to see a longer series, Pac Islands may want to make some kind of adjustments. I'm looking for them to really rely on their strengths. I'm thinking of that interview from Insane Lion. You know, hey, my two teammates are a little more quick than me, so I like to see the field and pass it to them. Well, Insane Lion was 2 for 2 for their team, scoring a majority of the goals. Can we see the players from Team Pac Islands get back to the strengths we know?
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that we haven't been able to see, the combinations, a lot of those plays in the midfield going into those kind of more drastic, dramatic plays that we saw using those mechanics. But I think right now they just seem a little shook. Team Alaska have looked incredibly good at chasing down demos, stealing boosts, and most importantly, just being fearless. They're on every single read. You'll notice it's very rare that they go into a challenge half speed. They are going as confidently and as quickly as possible. And right now it is working because they are not missing a lot of those attempts they go for.
And I want to see Team Alaska really root into the things that they're succeeding in of this series, because you think about the stakes of this game, you know, you have a chance to maybe be seeded one into the playoffs and then win this tournament, becoming one of the representees at the DAF World Championship in July. Every game, every series matters. I think that is in the back of the heads of these players looking to execute as well as they can.
As that, unfortunately, speaking of execution, isn't always razor sharp. Spills dropping the triple, quadruple yes in the quick chat, as he was not expecting this one, but Insane Lion, sometimes you just get in your own head.
You really do. You end up just a little farther forward than you expected, and Rocket League is a cruel game. It doesn't offer you a lot of time to fix those mistakes. Instead, you watch that ball bounce right behind you in your own net. But if this game's any indication of the last, that will not be the final goal scored of this game. There will be many more chances for Pac Islands.
And we'll be able to see potentially one right there, but that's an excellent close down. Honestly, I feel like a lot of these shots for Pac Islands need to come from a little bit farther away. Is that right as I say that? It looked like it was on the doorstep, but unfortunately they might have slipped on that doormat. They couldn't actually angle that one through, and the follow from Olaf, not enough boost to chase down either.
They get a chance to take some faraway shots because the ball's on their side again. Mark Wizzy gets a good read off the backboard, but again, I think I saw 2 players come off the backboard, which again forces the double commit for this team. They seem to be just catching up to the play, which leaves them behind on shots like this. Oh, but it's Mark Wizzy to collect the block. I don't know how they're on time with some of these saves.
And right now, honestly, the angle's just not quite working out for Team Pac Islands. However, that is a decent bounce for them. Or rather, for just Mark Wizzy, he can't get there. How about Insane Lion? He's going to take that one to the near side. And then finally, Olaf trying to finish it off, but with 0 boost, he just took his best guess on that read and fortunately came up with a bit of air.
Wizzy's been great on the defensive side. Just get some extra touches on the ball. Make sure it's protected, just in case you have one of those players from Team Alaska looking to get the better of the 50-50. Not a lot of protection you can do while you're on the other side of the field, though, so they'll rely on teammates to make the save, which they do. Now Mark Wizzy can go back to work. Misses the boost, so it's up to Olaf to get the shot. That goes just wide. Mark Wizzy with the pass off the backboard, and no one's there in time to capitalize for that play.
We'll see Insane Lion and double demo actually almost in sync with each other. It leads to an open shot, but Watts ahead can't slot it. Really getting away with it is Pac Islands. Somehow, this is still a 1-goal game.
Olaf was sort of panicking on the goal line as well. Let me just flip it to where I think the shot will go, and then fortunately never saw the shot go on target. So Pac Islands, you got bailed out. Can you take advantage now and tie this game fortunate in that possession for them, they were unable to. And Watts Ahead will once again be the front man for this team that are looking to go up another goal. That lofter from IDK looked like it would be it, but Insane Lion comes up with the save.
And Team Alaska, I mean, were they doing some VOD reviews in between days? I don't know what's on, but they are locked in. Or at least, as of course I say that, they do miss on that follow-through, which might lead to something. Yes, Insane Lion, just enough pace, and a counter seemingly out of nothing.
I mean, listen, if Pac Islands take the win at the end of this, I want to talk to Insane Lion again, because they continue to come up with the goal scoring, albeit maybe that one was a bit more unique, as it will be Team Alaska to express their, their thanks, or ask for a thanks in the chat, and Insane Lion gives it right to him.
And making sure that they actually maintain this lead. It was really the battle of all of game number 2. It's figuring out, okay, we got a goal, but how do you prevent the other team from striking right back? Maybe by playing a solid defensive effort on your near side. Olaf will secure that and get the follow-up clear. How about a boost steal as well? Tries to pass that middle, but Comms a little bit off right there. You had a player pre-jumping, and they hit it right past him.
Yeah, this has been a difficult game for Pac Islands. They've only got, I think, 3 shots in this game so far, which isn't typical for them. They like to see more chances than this, which leaves them without many opportunities to have that chemistry down pat. Will we see another overtime? Mark Wizzy could be the difference maker. Pass off the backboard, and Olaf's too far forward. Insane Lion, who's been the sharpshooter for this team, just can't get it past the defense. And now we turn the other way. Spills with 10 seconds left. Olaf able to grab their own boost, but doesn't get the reins on the ball. Fortunately for them, a teammate clears it away. Mark Wizzy wants to make the most of this. Collects it in the corner. Olaf the pass out to Insane Lion. That's taken away, and we'll go to OT once again.
Yeah, the hit was just not nearly as powerful, but you could almost tell that was one of those moments where it's like, it's okay, it's gonna hit the ground, right? And then it's lobbing right at you, the Team Alaska goal, just like this one. And OT, Mark Wizzy, not a lot of boost, but a lot of spirit. He nearly beat out that defender, but unfortunately, Team Alaska always seemingly has that answer on their goal line.
They do indeed. And then they'll turn around with the goal eventually as well, or at least that's been the story of this series, but as we said, those overtimes look like a coin flip, and maybe they just needed Pac Islands to land on the right side. Olaf tried landing on that pass, teed up by Mark Wizzy, but it wouldn't go, and now you can see the whole team there from Pac Islands. They've got to retire to the defensive side.
Yeah, what sorcery is this? That every single time it seems like, unless it's a counterattack, this ball just is not going in this game. For Team Pac Islands, nearly giving it away off their own backboard. And a pass actually almost cut out by Insane Lion. I think he was the last thing on his mind of how that was about to be going down, rather. Oh, I'm tripping over myself just because I don't know where this ball is going to end up. It's just deflecting all over the place.
Well, you nearly called into action with the counterattacks being the goals. We nearly saw the perfect interception, more of a pick 6 straight to the net. That is not what happened, and instead we'll continue with these long, nail-biting overtimes. Mark Wizzy wants to cut the tension away by scoring, but now the ball beaming right back to their net. It is in the danger zone right now for Pac Islands, and they're having a hard time of getting it to safe territory.
I'm just trying to balance, okay, how fast do I have to get on this read, and also how much boost do I have to actually hit it away from the goal? Mark Wizzy doesn't have a lot, but he will get enough of a read to get it downfield and then some. Watts high lob. Insane Lion just going to knock it right back, but unfortunately can't get a lot of height. Luckily, that is why everybody is making sure to rotate back just in case, and then they're taken out. That's opening for Watts Ahead, trying to knock it away, but instead just going to lob right up and over.
Oh, but still in position for the shot was, I don't know. And Insane doesn't get the best clear. That spills straight to the net, but it's just off target. And Watts Ahead will not find the closer. I don't know, is blocked as well. I have no idea how still Pac Islands managed to get these saves, but it's starting to look like they need to find more as this pass up the backboard looks good for Spills. The bouncer would have landed too high. I don't know. Pass over to Spills. That's off the crossbar as well. Great idea, but just a miss.
I love that passing play, too, cutting across, and actually it might be punished, unfortunately. Spills almost gets the save, but Olaf will not be denied. No sweeps today on our first series. Pac Islands finally got a game under their belt.
Cathartic release here for Pac Islands. They finally get the up and over against Team Alaska for a win on the board, but I gotta tell you, if you're Spills, how are you feeling right now? I mean, you come away nearly with one of the most breathtaking goals as the pass redirect combo knocks right off the crossbar, and then you would have had the most miraculous of saves, and that hits off the post nearly as well. It's just so close for these incredible plays out of Spills.
And honestly, as we said in the replay, I mean, he almost gets that if he was able to just be a little bit faster. That reaction, that pre-flip might have been able to keep it out, but it's a physics-based game. Close enough is not really enough oftentimes, especially when it comes to defense. And therefore, that's going to be a head-scratcher and saying, okay, I don't know how we didn't come away with a goal there. We had most of the shots, but that is what's beautiful about Rocket League. You can hold on, and if you just get enough of a glimmer of chance to be able to score, that's all it takes. Pac Island's definitely going to take a deep breath, and pretty short one. That minute break is up, and we're into game number 4.
It is fun to think about how that is the game of Rocket League. This is not the sister title of this tournament, being Call of Duty or Hardpoint. You know, you stay on the zone for long enough, you'll collect the points. No, you can get as many shots as you want in this game. All the other team needs is one good one. Put up enough defense, and you're good for the win. That being said, how about the counterattacks today? I thought that might be the golden chance for Team Alaska, but the recovery was quick enough to pack up.
Now they're trying to gather everything out of the corner. Decent 50 and saying that. Lion, honestly, really appreciating just how calm they are on that. Not trying to hit it away, not trying to speed things up unnecessarily, just making sure that they have the right angles, as Olaf, unfortunately, did not hear the calm, takes it over his teammate and gets punished for it.
And this is why positioning is so important in following your shot for what's ahead. You know, you're looking for maybe boost or a bump to keep the pressure going, but hey, there's also the chance a mistake comes alive and you can capitalize. Great follow through there from what's ahead.
What's that? Actually almost dishes down, but actually the comms are locked in apparently, as Spills is immediately ready for that one. It seems like Pac Island, unfortunately, back into a familiar position, being behind early on in these games, and therefore trying to figure out how to best actually counteract that. Mark Wizzy maybe try taking off the sidewall, but that's a nice deflection to Spills. High lob, Olaf racing for it, and this time gets an excellent touch to wrap it around.
Still feel like Spills is looking to return to their earlier form. Game 1 was just a masterclass from them, and since then the light has dimmed, you feel like, and one of these breakthrough chances could ignite them. But again, you see that midfield challenge, that aerial not really going towards the team. It's just a little lackluster for now.
And at least for right now, we'll see maybe if things can reignite with Mark Wizzy trying to keep this one down. And you can see he had the idea, but it's oftentimes on these air dribbles, you're so eager to get it started, you don't actually position yourself, and then half your boost tank is just turning the corner to try to actually turn that into something threatening. Team Alaska not really going to bite on anything they don't have to.
What gives? How come the tank can't hold 200 boost? I mean, so what if I want to use 100 boost to change the direction of my car? Rocket League, we need to get in on this. But for now, players like Insane Lion will have to deal with just the 100 boost and the outmaneuvering of the bumping plays to stay alive, as Olaf has exhausted all of their resources just to get this ball across. And wow, I think that was Mark Wizzy there. He was really hoping they were ahead of the play, because they may have came away with their own capitalizing goal.
And now he can actually set one up, if not for Spills, perfectly predicting where that was going to go, knocking that one to the sideline. And even still, he is not going to be denied. He keeps on marching forward. Lead demo, but it doesn't result in anything. What's ahead? That's a lot of space he's got to make up for, but I think Insane Lion tried to set up a wave dash. It unfortunately flubs it. Chaos in front of the goal. He's trying to make the save, but unfortunately, it's going to find its way through. Pandemonium in the midfield.
We just saw a true domino effect where one little flub can turn into utter chaos, and putting, I don't know, in the perfect position to deliver it. That's been the trend of this game, is the more consistent team wins over just because they're not making mistakes.
Yeah, and that one is tough, especially because it feels like, oh, it's just one tiny thing, but it's like dominoes. Once one starts to fall, the rest usually follow suit if you don't shape up. And right now it seems like Team Alaska, they do not need an invitation to score. They are going to make their own entrance, especially to all these lead demos. Doesn't mean, though, that their own back gates are protected. What's ahead's going to miss, and yet a crucial defensive demo. The only reason that follow-through does not come on.
Oh, you love to see the targeted demos in a position like that. It's not always recommended, but if it can take out the key shot taker, then go for it. Speaking of go for it, Mark Wizzy in a 1v1 goes for everything and takes it.
Oh my goodness, Mark Wizzy jumped for that a little late on low boost, and I'm thinking, okay, you might want to flick this one, but I love the decision to take a low 50, but right here, as he jumped, I thought he was going to hit it wide. Fortunately, now he's just trying to slot it, you know, get an open net with style to at least bring it within one.
I love the double jump, you know, especially when there is a defender there and the ball's on top of your car. It feels like the layup of Rocket League. But yeah, in that sense, that was a beautiful bump there on the backboard. I mean, I love this from Team Pac Islands. You know, they're bringing everything to the fight right now and holding nothing back. You might as well.
Oh my God, triple commit from Pac Islands will not result in a goal yet, and yet a dunk comes in. And I gotta say, that was feeling like almost like game plan karma.
Yeah, I told them, you know what do you have to lose, going for it all. And then we saw a picture beautifully drawn, exactly what you can lose. All was aboard for the challenge, and none was left for the save.
I feel like sometimes there's those rare moments where all your teammates' brain cells all like synchronize right there. They all were like, I got it at the exact same time. Maybe they tried to bail out, who knows? All I know is there's still time to amend for that mistake, but not too much time in the series. This is for match point. If they could just lock on in Team Alaska, and how about that? Spills read them like a book.
And this is sort of what happens when teams are finding their flow state, when the goals start compounding upon each other. You have players like Spills who is feeling confident enough to go for that challenge, to go for that dunk, saying, you know what, I don't think this is going to result in a goal, but I'm going to go for it because everything's going right and nothing could go wrong at this point. 3-goal lead, 30 seconds. Team Alaska looking at a potential match point.
Spills, big challenge, and Drez for the assist. My goodness, Team Alaska. Honestly, I don't know how they were playing yesterday. They were struggling a bit in their series. I don't have any idea how, because they look so elite right now. The passing play, lead demos, they're not missing anything on defense. I mean, just the offensive performance paired with really just how staunch this defense has been, with the exception of really only game number 2, which they still won. I mean, it's really mind-blowing to see, and I do like to see teams like this step up, especially here in day 2. They're going to march on into a match point scenario. Team Pacific Islands, a lot to think about in this next minute.
Well, Team Alaska were truly that dark horse that we didn't know about, and now are emerging as the team to beat today. If the only loss they collect against Pacific Islands is that overtime goal that they didn't get, we're definitely going to have a new conversation as to who we expect to be the 1 seed and well, maybe the eventual winner of this tournament. Pac Islands do have the chance to turn this around still. They are the number 1 seed as it currently stands with round robin, but it's going to be a mountain to climb over this series.
Oh my gosh, Team Alaska letting them hear it, by the way. I think there might have been some lore. From what I can speculate, I think Team Pacific Islands, last time they played, was saying 4-1. They think it's going to happen again. And honestly, after they win that one, they just said, hey, what'd you say? 4-1 back-to-back? And What's Ahead says, yeah, back to the lobby, as they are looking confident heading into potentially the final game of this one. I was looking for game 6s and 7s, but now apparently we might be ending again on game 5 if this momentum keeps on going for Team Alaska.
It very well could. With each and every game being such a nail-biting finish. Maybe not the end of that one, but it did only get teased out in the last minute or so. Just expect this series to go down to the wire. Maybe we didn't need a Game 7 for a close match, as every game has felt that tantalizing.
That's exactly what it was between Team Pac Islands and Korea yesterday, where it was a 4-0 sweep, but it was probably the closest sweep I've ever seen in a best-of-7 in terms of just how everything was so back and forth. But at least for right now, not every series can be like this, but you would like to see at least a little bit more on the actual box score. Right now you can see a little apprehension, I would say, from Team Pac Islands, not immediately aggressing, but eventually gets there on that challenge is Olaf, if only to have a ball go right over his head.
Arquizzi, air dribble, has the lead blocker, will not go. We've seen this strategy from both teams at this point. The ideas are there. It's the execution that changes. That bump or that shot had to land for Pac Islands to start in the lead, or maybe this one does. They've got a reset. Oh, and they got a teammate as well. They even have Insane Lion, and it takes the third piece of the puzzle to connect it all.
Oh, Insane Lion watches his first two teammates go through that, and honestly, I can feel like this is almost a shot you hold your breath saying, okay, this is wide open. There's no reason I should miss this, but just in case, let's make sure we ready up in advance, and they are positioned well to knock that one home. That would have been a controller through the drywall if that were me missing that one, so I'm sure glad that Team Pac Islands can clutch up. Now they just got to do it on defense. Here's, I don't know, deprived of a goal by Olaf.
I think the Air Force has the resolve required to keep that controller in their hands, especially on land, but you never know. Rocket League can be a bit of a tilting game, and Pac Islands, they're going to be the ones called to action to not tilt, to stay composed. They've got the lead. You got to take it one goal at a time.
I don't know, is going to certainly take their time to bring it all the way back. If only Watts had to throw it right back into the mixer. Off the post again, the frame coming to the rescue for Team Alaska, especially here as the rotation is still working. Olaf with a little half rotation just to be able to get a deflection. Doesn't quite work out, but certainly makes the Team Alaska defense think twice.
It does, but I don't know. That's a pretty direct approach to the ball for another long clear. Olaf's positioning was mighty good, though. Expected that long clear and was able to battle it right back. So if you want to play volleyball, yeah, we can too. It's up to Insane Lion, though, to make a composed effort out of their own backboard. And they'll at least get it to a teammate, but this was fired right back. Watts ahead, straight under the crossbar. Almost a follow-up chance, but it's going to be taken to half court. That's a nice demolition from Mark Wizzy. Takes the challenge into the corner, but I don't know, just responded the perfect position to take this one away. Pac Islands would just have to try again.
And they certainly will try again as they're backing up and then readying all their boost to be able to go for it again. Mark Wizzy reset, going to be shut down at the crucial moment. Insane Lion will think about it and then do less thinking, more doing, immediately arrowing for that, if only to be sidestepped on the clear. Another strong clear, and it seems like Pac Islands is kind of filtering between how fast do we want to move downfield, do we want to take our time, or do we want to wait for those clears and maybe prey on the counterattack. Regardless, it's working, still holding on to the lead as we're under 2 minutes to go.
I was going to say, you may just see that strategy shift to more of a defensive approach as this time really does dwindle down, under 100 seconds remaining. And not even Spills can get that open chance, which if you're rooting for Team Alaska, that's exactly the player you want to see with an open chance. What a read, what a shot though from what's ahead, from one side to the other corner.
Placement from Watts ahead. You don't have to do anything fancy. You don't even have to flip into it. You just have to read your angles and let the physics engine take care of the rest. Slot in the back post. You can see the goalkeeper halfway through trying to calculate, is that over, is that crossbar, is that wide? Actually, that's on target. I don't have the boost for that. Oh, I guess I could jump for it, and then it's just too late from there. Excellent job by What's Ahead, and now Mark Wizzy trying to answer right back with Olaf, putting it on a platter for a goal right back.
I mean, the bread and butter is back in action for Pac Islands. Mark Wizzy and Olaf were doing it all for Team Pacific Islands yesterday. And now the duo is right back in action when they were needed most. They've got the lead back. Can they hold on?
That's an excellent kickoff. In fact, that actually might just be in, if not for the post again. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not dented by now on the Team Alaska side, as it seems like Team Pac Islands has hit enough to maybe damage the integrity of that frame, but I suppose the game does not quite account for that right now, and I don't think Team Alaska has accounted for this resurgence in offense. They have to win this one, Team Pac Islands, to keep the series going, and right now, they're giving it their very best effort.
Nothing but the best is what you got to give in this circumstance. We don't often see Team Alaska in the deficit, so to see them in this position during the final minute, we get to see their best attack formulate. And is it going to be What's Ahead to lead the charge as they have many times? I don't know. Couldn't quite track that against Mark Wizzy. And Mark Wizzy so happy to see another pass to Olaf. This time broken up. Olaf, a chance. Above one. I don't know. Fills in and plays this one a bit too passively. Just can't get the right challenge against Mark Wizzy, who seemed to orchestrate everything in their manner.
Oh man, I love that. Flicks past one, demos the second, and then allows the rotation to do the rest. Just got to work on clock management and hopefully no more giveaways. What's ahead gets that one up to I don't know. Trying to put that one forward, but Mark Wizzy shuts the door into the far corner. And we're going to keep on going. Game number 2 in the win column for Pac Islands.
It's not often you see one player just completely take over to end the game. And I feel like we saw Mark Wizzy in those final 60 seconds. Oh, another great challenge. Oh, a wonderful flick to demo combination. Oh, a clear from their own backboard all the way to the other side of the field with an air dribble. They just said, no, we have the lead. We earned this win, and we're going to take it to triple zeros. Great control out of Mark Wizzy to close that game.
Yeah, and it honestly looked a lot like we don't often have de facto captains for a lot of these teams, and yet that looked like an IGL type moment from Mark Wizzy saying, I'm just going to run the offense from here. Let me just dish it to you guys, jump when I tell you to, and make sure that I can chase things down, cause some chaos, and play off of me. And that's honestly what we heard from Insane Lion. He says, I think my teammates are faster than me, so I'm going to play off of them. And Mark Wizzy certainly says, I know I'm faster than everybody. I'm just going to have to prove it. And then do it yet again as we kick off into game at number 6. Finally getting to that threshold, seeing if maybe we can get a series that can go the distance. The Pac Islands can lock in for 5 more minutes.
And I wonder if the little chirping and the little talking got this team Pac Islands a little bit fired up. It feels a little more personal now that the chatter has opened up and they say, okay, you want our best? Fine. You will get it as they... Oh, I thought they'd convert that one. That was a wonderful sacrifice play from Mark Wizzy. I guess there was another defender in position.
And most notably, the 4th defender. As again, that post is coming up with another deflection. I don't think and the crazy thing is, it's the same post, like every single time that they've hit. So it's something about it seems kind of magnetic.
I think they want to check the regulation of the field afterwards. Say, can we move that post? Just budge it over to the side a bit. There's not going to be a change of that in this game in particular, so we'll have to just wait and see where the shots land and maybe hit the training packs later. As Olaf, look at this, a 1v1. Such a beautiful opportunity for themselves, but they couldn't convert. Instead, what's ahead with the shot above one, and Mark Wizzy, you couldn't be in a worse position.
Yeah, and Insane Lion getting ahead of the trash talk. Drops a what a save. Watch his 2 teammates make a meal out of this one. Unfortunately, when you have no boost and you jump in the air, you are completely at the mercy of the gravity on the field. Just carries himself right into that clear, and that's a lot of panic for not a lot of result. No clear, only a goal. An OG to open things up. Not really what I expected, but I'm sure Team Alaska will be more than grateful.
If there's any Rumble fans out there, it reminds me of the green Rumble item where you activate it and then you end up on the wrong side of the ball. Like, no, I don't want to hit it this way. No, please wait. And then it's too late. Tough one, obviously, for Team Pac Islands, but they've been in this position before and they've come back.
So now they're trying to engineer that with some clean touches. That's a great start from Olaf. Thing is, Watts ahead said he will not be able to progress too much further than that. That's why Mark Wizzy will patiently wait for a rebound. Accuracy was there, but Watts ahead, he saw it.
Yeah, that vigilance is coming through in a big way right now, but for Watts ahead and their team, they'll have to do that on defense, try to expect where that shot is being conjured from Olaf. It was a pretty dangerous position they had. With the tall air dribble midway in the field. This one's pretty dangerous as well, actually. Lion puts that right in front of the net, and Mark Wizzy barrels through for the equalizer.
What I love about this is everyone's involved. Olaf beats the first player. Insane Lion dishes it middle, which takes out, I don't know, and then Spills is there to try to clean things up. There's only so much you can do when Mark Wizzy already has the jump in there. And that's actually reminiscent of day number 1, where we saw Pacific Islands getting goals off team play, but it was really all 3 of them having to be involved, and that's exactly what the comms are for, and why it can be so liberating to be able to score a goal like that, look at each other, give a fist bump, and say, yeah, that's what we're really capable of. Now we just got to do it again.
No, they really are a team that's unafraid to send everybody on a singular play. We've seen that in some damaging ways on a triple commit or 2, but we also see it in that very pivotal goal, a goal where if they don't score that, they might not still be in this series. Instead, we are tied, and we've got this ball in neutral territory. What's ahead evades the ball and goes for the demo, but needed a few other things to line up for a goal.
A very on-brand, what's ahead type motion right there. Hits the ball towards goal and immediately goes for the demo. He is not afraid of that one. Collecting a lot of demos on the stat sheet, but at least for right now. They seem a little bit more off ball, and maybe even some revenge there. Mark Wizzy got one in the midfield, which might open up a slight gap for him to march into. Redirect from the sidewall. That's on target. In fact, it's going all the way in.
Mark Wizzy, you magician! Unbelievable redirect. Gets it on the tip of their Fennec to send it bottom corner. Talk about picture perfect.
And you can tell that that is not the form they've been able to capture throughout this series, because you saw Spills actually start cheating up, I think, doubting Mark Wizzy's ability to get that on target, and now everything's starting to come apart at the seams there. That's a rare miss from what's ahead on the near side, and looks like Mark Wizzy going to try and take advantage of that again. We mentioned that speed. He nearly zoomed his way to another free goal on the near side.
I think that redirect was so dazzling that the Team Alaska ended up a little bit confused, like one of those Pokemon attacks that also leaves them struggling to attack afterwards. That being said, there's minutes still to collect themselves and turn this thing around. Problem is, Olaf and Mark Wizzy will not quit.
And this time we said, hey, Team Alaska, they say if it works out, well, how about this one? Olaf going up for this one. I don't know whether or not he got called off. He had the shot, but I think Mark Wizzy says, hey, I'm going to guarantee this one. I'll be your insurance right behind. A hat trick for him on 4 shots.
This is really well done. The resolve that we've seen from Pacific Islands to take the right chances, make the proper approach, and somehow bail themselves out of scary situations. That one gets right off their crossbar. And if that goal isn't going in for Team Alaska, you wonder what they have to do to get on the better end of this game. Is it a shot from, I don't know, for the double tap that gets right under them? Nothing will go.
Well, for a team that's got bailed out by the post, they're also getting no mercy from it when they're on offense. There's a lot of crossbars we saw earlier in the series, and now it rears its ugly head yet again, is trying to make sure these shots are on target, but they're coming at a premium here. Another deflection from Spills, looked like a counterattack, and now they got to dig it out of their corner and march on forward. But with 15 seconds, this attack has to go in. It's certainly promising on the near side, but one and only Olaf gets a clear, gets a deflection, and Mark Wizzy will take care of the rest, as it looks like we are indeed, for our first series of day number 2, going the distance to Game 7.
Well, this is quite the response from Team Alaska after going down 1-4 from Pacific Islands, but it seems as if Pac Islands wasn't going to let them get revenge so easy. It is now up to the final game, Game 7, to decide this one. And well, Taka, we don't usually see best of 7s in the qualifier group or round robin stage, but boy, am I happy we are.
Yes, I'm a huge fan of being able to see teams go tit for tat, and this is also the exact scenario of Rocket League that I really enjoy, is that we have 5 minutes to show out, and then a minute to kind of recollect yourself, and then another 5 minutes. It's like chess after a while, where you actively see the counteractions that each team is taking in, and you can see Pac Islands filter between, okay, what's working, what's not, and right now, I feel like the big question being asked of Team Alaska, can you stop Mark Wizzy when he is flying around supersonic 90% of the time? He is a menace upfield, and right now, Team Alaska, down the stretch of this series, does not have an answer. They only have one more chance to counteract that with a Game 7 to see if Pac Islands can make the full comeback.
Talk about Mark Wizzy being kind of that hero to watch as well for the team of Pacific Islands, but I'm kind of wondering who's that supposed to be for Team Alaska, because you look at players like What's Ahead, who started out with the fake plays, right? And it was someone else that had to score, to now like the lead demoer and coming up with the goals. Are they going to go from 0 to hero to close this series for the team? Or is it going to be a resurgence of Spills, like all the goal scoring and the striking prowess we saw from them out of Game 1? It's hard to tell at this point with only 30 seconds into the game.
Certainly a lot of the offense is going the way of the Pac Islands, and in fact, I think a deflection, Mark Wizzy might have hit it away from the goal, but it's fine because possession is somewhat maintained, although an Insane Line will not attack on this one. Off the corner, he has to get back this one. What's Ahead rushing, but not enough boost to get up and over.
I saw the opportunity, just beamed for it, and really at that point, it's all that your boost is worth. Mark Wizzy wanted everything to count for that play. but it is saved by the formidable defense of Team Alaska. Gonna keep it up, maybe not. Marquizzi didn't expect that chance to be there, but sometimes the defense does miss. It's because of the resources unavailable right now for Team Alaska. They're barely able to get the boost, and then they can't get it out. Spills tries to help out, but no one can save them now.
Insane line, got a reset, but I think halfway through he realized, actually, I don't even need to hit this again because this one is just going to go all the way over to a boost-starved defense. He didn't know the exact amounts, but he knew, I don't know, was just putting his hands off the controller, putting them together and saying a prayer because that was his only chance of getting that one away. A lead to Pac Islands. Now just trying to carry forward on that momentum.
This is exactly what you don't want to see for Team Alaska because the ultimate comeback has been made from Team Pac Islands, but you still have a chance to turn momentum in your favor at the start of this Game 7. Now you're in a deficit once again. You've really got to have the grit to dig your way out of this one.
Maybe Marquizzi can try and get the initial flick, but Spills going to deprive him. What's ahead? Excellent pass as Spills try to dish that again. 1, 2, and 3 nearly spits on through. Good awareness from the defense of Pac Islands, and now it's Marquizzi again causing havoc. Olaf, third man, dives in, deflected off the crossbar. One assist as soon as he can get there, but he can't. Another lob on target, bar down in.
You're kidding me. Team Pacific Islands will send everything, even if it costs them. No one on defense, 0 boost, all 3 players still converting.
Legitimately wild watching this all go down as we feel like Team Pac Islands, they just don't really have the answer right now. Team Alaska, they look dominant. Team Alaska getting more or less a kickoff goal to bring it back. I mean, this is just another twist and turn to this series.
I feel like both teams are experiencing that moment where they think they have nothing left, but they find that second wind and they push through. There's some strong minds and some strong bodies from the Air Force, and there's some strong Rocket League cars as well. No boost, no problem. Down 2 with a comeback at your doorstep. No problem, still converting goals from Team Alaska. Both teams are trying to find that finish line, and Alaska are getting one step closer.
Insane line, they're exactly where they need to be, but you can see them with 0 boost trying to go up, get a pad. Surely What's Ahead doesn't have that good of a touch, but he has just enough to get it over his hood. The panic sets in, and that's what happens nearly at halftime of Game 7, and it is all even.
What's Ahead has become such a pivotal player in this game. And with that save is going to add to the tally. Currently at 1 apiece on all the stats, goals, assists, saves, and shots, but maybe it's the shot from IDK that really counts for it. It's off the post. The post, which has been such an effective part of this series. It'll keep things tied.
What's Ahead wants that one, but fortunately, technically an error does not really go down like that. Spills, though, might need some help as that follow through. Everybody involved! Pinball's in, and somehow that's Olaf's!
Team Alaska. They fight tooth and nail to tie this game up, and then this is how it goes in. What's Ahead? I said you were a pivotal player today. I didn't think it would be in that way.
I mean, sometimes you just dive in and you're like, I'll do my best. And of course, you just happen to be in the one space to not only get in the way of that read, but also deflect it right on in. Speaking of, Marquizzi looking for that one, but doesn't quite click. Olaf instead will slow things down. What's Ahead can only lob it up. And also the one thing that I'm noticing the most as the speed is picked up for Pac Islands, they're stealing so much boost. Team Alaska is having to be kind of economical with when they actually can fully empty their boost tanks and chase down a read.
Good for them. I mean, What's Ahead is the player to leave that full tank of boost for their teammate. But apparently it wasn't enough boost to make this save. Olaf converts rather quickly.
And What's Ahead pulls out something that's actually much harder than the ordinary clear, but I think he takes that touch. He's trying to take it across. Problem is it bounced right before he got there, so it's going in the middle. Okay, it's fine. I'll just do a delayed flick and get a 50, and somehow kind of Evo flicks that one up and over, going backwards. And unfortunately, there's a lot you can remedy from a poor defense position, but not all the things. And I will say that is a self-created crisis right there. What's Ahead trying to clear the lane.
That might be the toughest player to play against right there, What's Ahead, because I think they've played the bump, demo, or boost steal more than the ball. For them to have such an effort and an impact in that manner today has been so difficult for Team Pac Islands. But is it a storm that they can ultimately weather? They still have the lead going into this final minute.
Yeah, I think at this point, this is going to be the perfect balance of how aggressive you got to be or how good your reads are. Olaf last back, trying to make sure that clear, and we'll go out to Spills. Excellent read. That's going to roll all the way to the back post. Once head is there off the bar. Oh, I don't know. He's trying to get it through, and yet just still doesn't work. How many times have we seen that Pyro? It's right there on the doorstep, but the crossbar says no.
And it Spills to feel so devastated there because they perfectly read the clear to bounce it right back in front of their net. And unable is the team to convert. Somehow they've got to create that chance again. And what an electric bouncer towards the net. What's ahead will not let that opportunity die as they dive into it with no boost. But then they find themselves in front of their own teammate yet again. It's left Mark Wizzy open to kill this ball on the other side.
And be able to finish off this game as well for Team Pac Islands, looking for the Game 7 victory in regulation, but OT is where they want to go for Alaska. Maybe one more look. That's a great hit. No one's reading that one except maybe what's ahead. Deflection. That is a yellow trail. It's going to be cleared down, and Team Pacific Islands holds on to finish off this banger of our first series.
I didn't think we'd be coming out of this match saying Pacific Islands are still undefeated in this events competition, but here we are. Go down to 1-3 in this series and then have to claw their way back. Not game after game, but goal after goal. Overtime after overtime. What a win. A resilient one from Pac Islands.
I gotta say, there was definitely some crumbling in terms of the defensive consistency from both squads at times, but ultimately I think we saw the greater quality come on through. Team Pac Islands, they looked a bit more consistent, and I really do like how they just found a rhythm. They found almost that path of least resistance on that rotation, most notably Mark Wizzy trying to just dive on in on things, up the tempo a bit, and that was the key to be able to march on forward. So maybe educational. We'll have to ask them a little bit later to see kind of like what was going through their minds, but you could ask the very same of that Team Alaska. It seemed like everything was destined to be there. They were chirping right back, and maybe it's better to keep that in the back pocket and not to poke the bear that is Team Pac Islands.
That's what I'm saying. I think they started chirping, they started talking a little bit, and that kind of, you know, it was the punch in the mouth to Pac Islands to wake them up and say, oh, all right, yeah, you did poke the bear. Let's play, we're ready. And that's the kind of wake-up call I think competitors really need to say. They know logically it's do or die, but can you feel that it's do or die? And that was kind of that personal push, I think, that took them over the edge. But still, we saw so many games and a couple really long overtimes to say that this felt like a coin flip. And with this being round robin, it just kind of marinates the story of this event to say, wow, everything's really bubbling, culminating towards a playoff match between these two. I don't know, Taco, if it's going to be semifinals or the grand finals of this event, but I gotta see these teams play again.
Well, fortunately, as we mentioned before, this is the Team Alaska day. We didn't get to see them at all on day one on broadcast, and they are all three of our best of seven. So, therefore, we are going to be getting a player in for an interview, be able to talk to them a little bit, because I will say Team Pac Islands being able to talk through all of these different changes, they were full of confidence. I believe actually it was Olaf who said, yeah, after today, I think we're definitely the number one team. I want to know if they're still that confident going into this one, because going to game 7, I mean, that's where it's like, yeah, we won and we looked great, but like, that can't happen again. Maybe they're still digesting that breakfast. Maybe they're still in that, carb recovery.
It could be. I think like, you have reason to feel a little confident because you did win this series off of 3 wins in a row. So it could be that case of, well, we just had to figure things out again. And once we did, that's when we had the win. So, Taco, I'm very excited to hear more from this team.
Yeah, and particularly we will be able to hear from Mark Wizzy, which we got on the call link right now, to see if we can kind of peer inside their brain a little bit, just to be able to see that as, or at least it seems like they're on their way. Apparently, that interview thing, it's like a quarter mile away. They got to really hike for it. They got to really they really got to go on a vast journey for it. So sorry. He's just begun it. He's got a Sherpa to guide the way, aka one of our lovely admin team members over there from Load Screen, and also from at the Yokota Air Base helping out. So shout out to them helping to facilitate this LAN again. Fun little event. I was a huge fan of more and more of these kind of random pop-up Rocket League events, or also esports, because our sister stream Call of Duty also running simultaneously in parallel.
That's right. The Air Force doesn't mess around when it comes to hosting these esports tournaments. It's the second annual, but the first of Rocket League. And I think it won't be the last of Rocket League, Taco, because at this point, we have seen some truly electric matches. We finally got our Game 7, and I'm thinking we might just get more.
Yes, and therefore we will be able to have a little bit more, at least on the player side. We do have our interview ready, and I believe it is still Mark Wizzy. Welcome him into the call. Mark, how you doing? Excellent showing, and I will say not nearly as clean of a series, I suppose, as yesterday.
For sure, yep. We had a little bit of struggle in the beginning, 3-1, but we had to come back with that. So, yeah, it was very intense games.
I want to hear, Mark Wizzy, about kind of what clicked for your team, because we saw after the series did go 3-1 that the other team was talking a little bit. Team Alaska was letting you hear it. Oh, do you think this is going to happen? Did that help get you guys locked in, or was it just kind of goal after goal, game after game, take it 1 second at a time?
Honestly, we kind of knew Alaska's personality a little bit, so it's all in good fun at the end of the day. So we're just like, all right, let's lock in. Let's try to get some goals, but we kind of figured out their play styles, like a lot of demos, so we just try to incorporate that and add more pressure on their side. So I think that's what got us to the win at the end. So
yeah, and you definitely seem pretty confident down the stretch. You were forcing them into kind of awkward positions, and of course you talked about your adaptations, but yesterday we talked to Olaf, and he said after day one, feel like, yeah, for sure, we're the number one team. You guys obviously are still undefeated in group stage, but like, how confident are you guys still going forward? Do you feel like maybe day two could awaken like a different play style? Maybe teams pick it up a little bit as they got kind of day one practice under the belts?
So yeah, I think all the teams are pretty much kind of know what our play style is, what to look out for. But I feel like if our team just communicates really well, we all have our pretty basic foundations. So I think we can stay on top if we're just having everything down and everything like that. So
perfect. I love the confidence. I hope we continue to see your team pop off, because it's been a lot of fun to watch. Now that you got a win under your belt and it's your first interview, you got any shout outs you'd like to give for anybody?
Oh yeah, shout out my family that's watching, shout out my coworkers and friends back home in Hawaii, and shout out my girlfriend Gigi.
There you go. Yeah, we had Olaf just get in the wife mention yesterday, and then you also just got in the girlfriend mention. You got to make sure you get that one in. So good job, Mark Wizzy. Sure, Dubs on and off the field. Anyway, thanks so much for sitting down with us. I'll let you get back to your team. Good luck with the rest of your matches.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh man. I mean, lovely guy to talk to, but also just like deadly player. I mean, he's taking care of business. Again, undefeated is Team Pacific Islands so far in groups, and still got 2 series to go.
And it's the proper attitude as well, right? It's like, oh yeah, we heard the chirping. We know it's all for good fun. We kind of dissected their play style and then beat them. Like that's a true competitor. Is like, yeah, we get the emotions. I'm gonna put that aside, logically beat them in the game, and then take the win. Like, this is clearly not like the primary full-time I'm geared in as a Rocket League competitor for our Air Force players here, but they certainly have the competitor's mindset when it comes to these games, and it's really fun to watch that shine through.
Yeah, it's been a blast to be able to see them. But of course, we have so many players. Every single player we've talked to has actually said, yeah, my friends are watching, some of the people back at the base, some of my family back home, my wife, my girlfriend, whatever. So I love to see all that support. So Team Alaska, don't worry, you're still going to be able to root on your team because they're up next on broadcast. But it's on the other side of a break. Don't go anywhere. It's more PACAF Esports Championship on the Rocket League broadcast after this.
What I would do if I were you. 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 What I would do, I would do. What I would do if I were you. 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 What I would do if I were you.
Hello and welcome back to some more of the PACAF Esports Championship. This is the Rocket League broadcast, not Call of Duty. That's another one. But for at least right now, yeah, we are Rockets of Rocket League, and it is day 2 of group stages. We just got done with a banger from Team Pacific Islands, getting a 4-3 victory on a comeback attempt as well. So now I would say Series 2, which is now going to be Team Alaska versus Team Korea, has a lot to live up to, Pyro.
It certainly does. Team Alaska defining themselves as maybe the top of the competition. We're 1 game away, 3 straight chances of toppling that #1 seed. So they would have proved that against pretty much anyone in the competition today. But if any, I feel like it is Team Korea. They went through the ringer in day 1 and are hoping for redemption today.
Yeah, and being able to come back and get some wins is super important. At this point, it might be a little tough to be able to come back. Best they can do is draw even. But we were saying that the hardest part about being commentators for certain events is saying, like, okay, well, there's some teams that really just can't compete. But Team Alaska, I mean, they knocked it out of the park. But Team Korea, I mean, they had a lot of promise. The back half of day number 1 looked excellent. Hopefully, they were able to consolidate that moving in here to day 2.
Love the roundup there from Team Alaska. But then we got Team Korea, as we mentioned, who, yeah, we're coming alive later on in the day. Striking Dawn has these great long shots that I've been really impressed with. Babs the Boon is kind of an all-around player in the game who I feel like late when Korea needed them was the one to come alive. So if you're looking for someone to play hero, it could be Babs the Boon, but there you've got your teams for the most part. Alaska there on your left, and well, we've got some of Team Korea on the right.
Yeah, we just got a little bit of a mismatch there. I would say the 1v3 never is truly alive right here, but yes, we would hope that. We do have a little bit of some players from side to side, but for the most part, yes, everybody in the center at the Yokota Air Base in Tokyo, live from the Enlisted Club. You saw the little bit of the RC car with the camera driving around, giving you a bit more of a space here. It's a lot of space that they're actually occupying for this. I thought it was actually going to be a bit more truncated, but as we've gotten to see more and more of how expansive this PACAF Esports Championships facilities are, I mean, these players are definitely getting a treat here with all these top-of-the-line setups, as well as, I mean, a pretty spacious area to do it all in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big shout out to the 374th Force Support Squadron, as well as Yokota Esports, for putting in all the work to support an event like this, to make it all cozy and comfortable in that kind of open area that we were just talking about, that we got a tour with on the RC car. So looks like they're having fun out there. It looks like the players as well are ready to have some fun, albeit we've got a small break there between teams and the players before they actually get underway today. So we'll get them on the field very shortly, as Team Korea could be seeing their redemption matchup here today, as maybe Alaska are a bit beaten here, as they went 3 losses in a row to take that L in their previous match. So this could be the best chance for Team Korea to strike.
Yes, and so Team Korea, I mean, being able to go on forward, get their wins, be able to try to salvage a little bit something out of this group stage, that would be huge for them. But of course, it is on the other side of Team Alaska, feeling like they coming off a strong series, albeit with a loss at the end, trying to see if they can remedy all of that. And we're kicking off into our second series of the day, trying to round out league play and here, or group play. And here we go, Babs the Boon right off the rip.
That's player to watch for me when it comes to Team Korea. And for kickoffs, you really just have to be at the right place at the right time, but you've also got to be on the right step at the beginning of the series. So good to see it on the Team Korea. They came ready to play.
And being able to get that first goal is so important for that confidence building, but also it really sets the tone early with saying, okay, it's really just going to be a small margin affair here, where if you make a little bit too slow of a challenge, you might get punished. Speaking of, Spills had an open shot. I don't think he realized until right after he hit it.
Yeah, sometimes those plays are better drawn up with hindsight 2020. As you realize, okay, well, I could have taken that a little more directly, but with all the time on the clock, they've still got plenty more chances to get these looks on target as, I don't know, does exactly that, reading the 50-50.
Yeah, and that first read was all right, hitting it in the middle, but unfortunately striking Dawn. You can see as they approach that, they want to hit it hard, and then they realize, maybe let's actually take a softer touch. They lean back a bit more. Unfortunately, that change of pace actually facilitates that dunk from, I don't know, to put that one home. So you can see the aggression still very much part of the strategy from Team Alaska, just getting right in the face of the defense and seeing if they make a mistake.
It's funny, as we look at that shot nearly converted from Team Korea, it was Team Alaska to admit, yeah, we started to get more aggressive because that's what we saw out of our previous opponents. So mimicking that and taking it to them ended up working out for them. So maybe it's that aggression that's just pulling its weight as a result and a learned behavior out of the previous match.
And especially with those demo plays coming across the backfield, looked like it was destined to be a goal against Korea, but no, they were able to withstand that. Now, try to get back into the rotation. Bab slapped into the goal, but first or last, still getting that shot off. I don't know. I think he might have wanted to go to the corner, but realized he was the only one standing between them and a goal.
Nice cut there from what's ahead, but again, the defense has it read. Good plays on the Team Korea on the defensive side to not allow some of those takes from what's ahead to reach the net, because we know from that player of what's ahead, it's not just the shot that's coming along, it's maybe the bumper, the demo that comes after. That being said, Spills on the near side, double tap to close it down.
Being able to put that one home, and unfortunately just trying to do a little too much is that retreating player in striking Dawn. They get that boost and actually just jump a little bit too early on. You can see the ghost touch going twice off their hood, so can't get much closer without making that solid contact, something they might kick themselves for going forward. That's going to cost them that even score line, but off kickoff, maybe trying to get forward, if not forward, driving past it, and a demo already shortening their numbers. That shot, though, fortunately for them, will not find its target.
Team Alaska are pulling no punches on this possession, and that one's going to be the haymaker. A beautiful setup from what's ahead for Spills to close on.
That's a tough one in Spills. You can see coming from the blind side. And that's always honestly the hardest thing for me when you're trying to play defense. Ball's coming off the backboard. You know it's going to be flicking across the middle, and you're thinking, okay, I have this read potentially, but I have no idea who's behind me. And then they immediately find out as he whips forward. Excellent job by Skills following through on that one and trying to build the pressure even off the kickoff again. But some demos going to keep that possession. Teams like Team Alaska, this is not the flow state that Korea has wanted to see them in.
Not whatsoever. They'd love to flip the script, and maybe with a free ball they can. First or last, kind of peters it towards the net. It's easily taken up by Spills, and with this pinch play, anything could happen. That's the beauty of a pinch. It sets up the setup of Spills over to, I don't know, as that treacherously floats in front of the net. It calls all defenders to action. Fortunately, they've got boost to maybe get a stop here, and again, Spills is going to flip near the ball, but not quite where they want it.
Yeah, Spills drops a sorry. I think he understood that if he just left that one, it probably could have found its way in on the follow-through. But I think a lot of these players understand that these gaps open up for shots, and you got to get to it quickly. Rocket League feels like kind of a big field sometimes, and other times it feels like there's just immediate pressure. So you can get a little in your head, diving in on stuff you don't need to. And other times, kind of just staring at something, waiting for someone else to take it off of you. Striking Dawn knows he's got to do it himself, but maybe with a lead blocker, he can find his way through. Babs can't catch up with it. First or last looking for a read, but I don't know, is able to step in the crucial moment.
It's a really great try there, and with 90 seconds, trying isn't going to be enough here for Team Korea. They've got to slot some more chances, and look at this one. Float right in front of the net, follow up there from first or last. Just will not find the mark. To get more opportunities, Babs the Boon, waiting, watching where that cleared would go. full boost in the tank, but here it comes floating in front of their net. What a touch from what's ahead to pop that right towards the back of the net.
And I do really like this actually coming through from, I don't know, they actually challenged that read, and instead of knocking it forward impulsively or hitting it down the middle and risking getting dunked, they just flicked to the sidewall, and it lands so cleanly right in the middle of the field. What's ahead has the easiest finish of their life, and that also means that everybody getting involved, everybody on Team Alaska with a goal, everybody with an assist. So clearly it's the team effort pulling them over the finish line of game number 1.
Yeah, you know, it may not have been the eventual win for Team Alaska in that previous match, but it's definitely the perfect kind of scrim that you would want for a next matchup to be like, okay, we've tried everything, we know what's working for us, and we can put that into action on the front screen. They're doing exactly that. 4 goals and nearly 5 on the long ball from, I don't know, who falls down to the ground and is going to have a long journey back towards their side of the field. Spills drops right under the ball, and it's a flick from Babs the Boon to be the second. They cannot control that ball on the side of the map. 20 seconds to go, and it is the finish line of game number 1 for Team Alaska, who seems to be setting the tone just right.
And even that, they're just being annoying. You see these half rotations, little touches to kill the momentum, keep it in place, try to tee it up for the next player in rotation, and it's stuff like that that got them so far against Team Pacific Islands, and it's certainly the thing that's getting them so far against Team Alaska. Final shot belongs to their opponents, but Alaska taking game number 1 for a second series in a row.
And this is Team Alaska, who weathered a lot of challenges in the last match, but this time around didn't have a defense that was ultimately tested. That is 2 total shots from Team Korea in this game number 1, and well, that second shot came at the 2-second mark of that game. So for the most part, not a lot of continued pressure from Team Korea, something we'll look to switch up as we progress in this series.
Yes, and being able to actually get those goals and then follow through with it. This wasn't really like pulling teeth, trying to slowly get that offense forward. Team Alaska realized, oh, wait a minute, we might have them beat on speed, or at the very least, we can keep threatening those demos, just like Team Pacific Islands mentioned. Maybe it is on Team Korea to try to figure out a way to deal with the demos first and then solidify that back line, build from there, especially as they've learned from that from game 1 heading into game 2.
So it will be game number 2, and it will be Spills with another demo onto Team Korea. That isn't enough to score them at their first, but it signals that notion to tell Team Korea, hey, remember all that physical play that we brought about in game number 1? That was no fluke. It's coming right back at you for this game. However, one mistake could mean the punishing blow against them as Team Korea start off with the lead.
Rough thing, too, is it looks like Spills actually had the ability to get to this, but they jump early. Striking Dawn actually taking their time is actually what secures that goal, oddly enough. I think the read might have been able to be saved by Spills, but he drops a yes, what a save, because I think he understands. Yeah, he rushed that one a little bit too much, was not looking at the scenario as it was presented to him, but I think for Team Korea, they're not going to care. They got their goal, they got their lead. Now it's about protecting it. Near post, a lot of bodies there, but no shot.
I was thinking of goals like that as well to be a confidence boost for players. Say, okay, you know what? I got my first goal out of the way. There's more to come. And Striking Dawn's a great player to build that confidence in. They've been great with the long shots throughout this event. And I'd like to see them get more opportunities to score on target. That being the chance now of Babs the Boon, who gets a great read off of the side wall. I thought they may have had all the defense beat on that second try.
You will have those occasional shots on the redirect that Team Korea, I mean, we saw this a lot yesterday, especially at the tail end, but it's a team that doesn't look super comfortable in certain reads, but then when they get it, they get solid contact on these shots going forward. And you mentioned the long shots. I mean, it's a huge facet of the rotational play for offense, is just keeping the defense honest. And if your rotation isn't clean, you're not actually man marking where you need to be, then sometimes it can go right over your head or right by your head. That was deflection nearly carried forward, and now lightning quick, it's on a transition. Striking Dawn trying to get back, but cannot keep it out.
You said it, if you're not too careful, this ball will find it in treacherous territory, and one collision between players and ball means absolute doomsday for the other team. We're all tied up here with a minute and a half in.
That's a tough one to be able to see, but hey, you got to be able to start somewhere for your goals, and a wrong net chat has already been dropped, as chirping certainly, you don't need too much of an introduction there from Team Alaska. We'll see how that pans out for them this time, especially with Babs the Boon having an uncontested hit downfield right to Spills, who will deflect it at least temporarily, first to last, trying to wait for it on the follow-up along with his striking partner.
I feel like we've talked a lot about the chirping today. I feel like that one from What's Ahead might be tongue-in-cheek because we've seen maybe a wrong net from them as well throughout this event. Sometimes it takes one to know one when it comes to silly plays on the Rocket League stage, but nothing silly about this. That's just pure talent. It's, I don't know, from the top rope.
Yeah, I really do like jumping at this one. They actually did jump off the ceiling, which gives you that second and a half to actually use your flip, and you do just at the last moment to beat that defender. I think that's one thing that people always kind of neglect about those mechanics is that it looks fancy, it looks all over the place, but it causes that brief moment of uncertainty from the defense, and if you're able to use that flip on a delay at the right time, it can really devastate any rotation. Speaking of, another thing is getting a demo. That's a nice one on the comeback from Strike, but unfortunately, nothing really coming of it. Babs Boone trying his best to chase it down.
Ooh, and Babs the Boon was hoping there would be 15, maybe 20 boosts left in the tank. That was not the case, so back to the drawing board. And when it comes to the drawing board, that means playing defense first to write a play up on the whiteboard to turn around, and they are undergoing quite heavy fire on the defense. Fortunately for them, Spills couldn't get that over towards the net, and What's Ahead tries to find a teammate, I don't know, but it's collision at the half-court line. Teams, still jockeying for this possession as it keeps coming center field, and it keeps transferring from one team to another.
I don't know, also trying to transfer that ball over to Spills. Redirect on the handoff mid-air, and yet cannot find its way through. What's Ahead will be able to get that first touch, but give way into striking Dawn. Has an awkward bounce. I wasn't sure how, I don't know, would handle that, and he simply does not. Maybe Babs can come through for the finishing blow, but not able to make it work. High lob, it needs an immediate follow through. Babs the Boon gets it. Now first or last, trying to put the cherry on top, and yet every time it looks like they're about to get that final shot. It is Team Alaska coming on through, but when they have their own shot, also can't find the target.
Yeah, promising chances over and over for both teams, but mostly for that Team Korea. I mean, Striking Dawn had the free ball at the half-court line, hit it way on top of the backboard to set up a great pass, but I just think the players weren't in the right position. Maybe taking your opponents out of position should help, though. That's a demolition near the half-court line to set up the team for success, but look at this dead ball, and so slow is the approach from Striking Dawn. Just didn't have the offensive rotation to keep that sequence of plays tighter as they needed it.
What I do like the passing play. Problem is Striking Dawn was not quite there, but still able to get, let's say, a partial deflection. That one going to go to the far side. I don't know. Dangerous bounce. Bill's already up for it, and that's an excellent finish to give them a bit of an insurance.
Well, Spills has done it before, succeeding in these aerial endeavors, and they will not shy away from doing it again. I don't know. Got a beautiful pass up, and that's the kind of teammate play you want to rely on to close it out.
It's also the best type of pass. It's a high in the air, but also slow enough and right down the middle so that your teammate has a lot to shoot for. Same with first to last. Problem is they ran out of boost quickly, and same with Babs. Can't get that on target, and it's so tough. I mean, a lot of the offense actually from Korea has not really been inert in its own way. It's really just been a little too wide for an immediate follow-through. Like, the ideas are there. It's just about making sure that everyone is positioned correctly to be able to fully take advantage.
Yeah, it's well said. I mean, the pieces are there. They just have to be put together, and it's easier said than done. It will be Team Alaska who put together 3 goals in this game. Good enough for a second win on the board. But hey, Daco, if we know anything about this Team Alaska squad, they can go up in the lead with this series. They also got to close it out.
Yeah, and I think they're acutely aware of that, particularly because in this series yesterday, they were able to take down Korea, I believe, by a 4-1 score line. So they did drop a game. They are aware that this is not a team that is just a pushover, that they can just kind of lazily walk their way to a clean sweep. They do know they have to close out these matches. And you can see the mechanical advantage, but every once in a while, Korea will bust out an attack where you're saying, okay, I see exactly where they can find their way through. I think it's, again, as we keep mentioning, it's that combo play. It's going to be hard to beat a team with a solo play. It really does have to come down to the teamwork and rotations to make sure you can find those small gaps in the defense.
We've seen teams not be afraid of bringing all 3 players to the rotation, all 3 to the attack. But that's it for Team Alaska. They've balanced it well so far today. A measured approach each and every time to back up those goals, but also only concede a single one when it comes to their opponents. I'm very curious about this start of the game because it looks like a set play. You have the fake on the kickoff to lead it to a passing approach, and then the demo on the goal line. They really just needed the goal to convert that one.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Everything is aligned perfectly, but Rocket League is a game of pixels, and that if you adjust your left stick just a little bit too far, you can sometimes miss out on something clear-cut, maybe doubt your approach, what have you. But everyone's going to shake that one off and then move into the mid-game here. First to last, excellent little dribble past one, but not able to wrap around for the second.
I like this though, staying with the play, seeing what else you can bring about for your team and maybe force a mistake out of your opponents, but we haven't seen a whole lot of mistakes out of Team Alaska. That's easier said than done. And look at the tee up there from, I don't know, it's off to the crossbar. It's a weak clear from first or last. It's what's ahead with the lob towards the net, and they're not done quite yet. I don't know. Features a skyward approach as well as spills, but fortunately for Team Korea, they'll get the turnaround.
And look at Striking Dawn, something we've seen before, long shots, and this looks kind of ordinary, almost like a mistake, but it's really just awareness. He looks ahead, sees Watts ahead in the middle, but he's almost stationary. In fact, he's forced to be because he's right down the middle, so a long shot to keep him honest. Watts ahead is not ready for it. He's turning around, he's caught sleeping, and that just an instant and easy counterattack, but it's made from the awareness of Striking Dawn to see that defender creeping too far up.
It's also made by the car choice of Striking Dawn. I don't know, there's something about the Dominus where you pixel perfect time that ball as it relieves itself from the ground and you hit it across and you're just getting a little extra power out of it. I don't know if it's Dominus placebo, but it feels and it looks good. Love to see that from Striking Dawn. And I'm sure Striking Dawn likes to see their teammate follow up on a defensive approach because they did not have the boost to save it if it went their way.
Ooh, Babs really like that touch. Unfortunately, the worst possible bounce going to glue to the wall. Now on the counter, Spills actually trying to beat out 2 defenders, but first or last, we'll say something about that. You can see the counterattack definitely hungered for on Team Alaska, but not really finding that pay dirt. And honestly, going to the ceiling isn't much help either. That's another clear right down the middle.
Babs the Boon, unforgiving on each and every approach, and I love the ferocity that they come into it with each play. They may kind of be the solo player on the forward momentum for their team, but they take it as a moment where they can score, much like what's ahead does. It might be the bump, it might be the demo, but sometimes it's that tried and true centered goal.
It's an excellent pass, actually, by, I don't know, understanding that there's 2 players in the middle and one player all the way back down. Spills even says, called it and comes. So apparently, yeah, just I'm going to throw this one middle. Please get on it. And it is what's ahead to be able to actually get that one through. So excellent comms, an even better finish. Got to make sure you hit that with the Venom. Speaking of, Striking Dawn trying to do just that. Maybe even setting up Babs. How about first to last? That's a heck of an angle to go for. He's not able to get that one. And through the demo smoke, we'll have another clear.
They really heating up here is Team Alaska, and you wonder if it's going to cut loose from Team Korea. They had the lead, they give it up, and now, this is Alaska wanting more. Striking Dawn tries to cut it away, but that did get a little bit too close to the uprights. Abs the Boon, long ball, Spills, plays it comfortably. That one's past 2. He can get some serious distance out of this one, but unfortunately that flip just misses the mark on the ball. Meanwhile, what's ahead? Waterfall pass gets the bump. It's IDK for the attempted shot, lofted right over the defense and in.
And this touch by Watts ahead, being able to put that on the waterfall, hard read to make, but even worse, got limited boost. First to last tries to get to it, misreads just how far away that shot was going to be, and it's an easy tap in from there. Alaska with a lead, under 2 minutes to go. Much improved is Korea's defense. Issue is they have the offense necessary to be able to get there. It's the question we don't really know the answer to yet, but we do know first to last is going to get there, but not quite being able to put that one through. Followed by Watts, going to hit it off the corner, making Striking Dawn think twice.
Yeah, we see Striking Dawn get caught in that position over and over again, kind of like out of boost, third man. Do I have to move up because our team needs a goal, or do I kind of need to retire to make sure we don't get scored on, because that 2-goal lead is oh so dangerous. That was sort of the case at that point, but nevertheless, they're back on the right zone. Spills, as that last defender, has to play this a bit carefully, and does. I like the approach to just stay in front of the ball so that if the shot comes, they've got to stop.
Babs dribble now into first or last. Heavy hit for Spills. I think actually jumped a little too high. That will go over them from the corner. Watts ahead, trailing that one, just full ball chasing in the best possible way. And now goes for the Watts classic, goes for the demo. Almost creeps on in on the near side, but no, gonna remain at a 1-goal ball game in game 2. But Team Korea not out of it. In fact, that's a stellar pass into the middle, triple commit, and yet it cannot be finished.
Really impressed with what I'm seeing right now from Babs the Boon. They not only somehow dodge that demo from Watts, who they had the double jump for, but then they get that immaculate pass that you mentioned. It's just still not connecting for that goal that they need. 20 seconds to go, and Babs may be the one ultimately called to action to do it as they get the long ball across the field. Combined effort, though, on the defense from Alaska to hit this away. Single digits on the clock. Striking Don playing that third man once again, but may have cut that away from a strong clear to Babs the Boon, who's now too slow to the aerial approach. I don't know, wants to kill this ball with a fake. They will. Team Alaska come one away once again from a match win.
Yeah, and this one, we're actually shrinking a bit by bit in terms of scoreline. We had a 4-1, a 3-1, and now a 2-1. So it's like, Korea, you're getting closer and closer. Hypothetically, we should see an OT, but it would be crazy, actually. I can't even imagine what a best 7 would look like if it was 4-1, 3-1, 2-1, 1-1 into a win, and then a 2-1 other way, etc. That'd be near perfect symmetry. But regardless, that's hypothetical. This is very much real life in this esports competition on land. And Team Alaska, they're not looking for having a run back again. They feel like this is their series, and they got 5 more minutes to prove it.
They might just do it. I'm liking the communication, especially from this team. That second goal where they said, yeah, we calmed that. You know, I feel like Spills is like pre-jumping the interview where it's like, yeah, how are the comms in moments like these? It's like, no. I'll just let you guys know right now the comms are perfect. What else can they show off here in game 4?
Well, you can certainly show off the attempted pinch, I believe. Unfortunately, that's just double commit. First or last, make sure that follow-through is not a goal. But can they stop the next one? Watts goes a bit too fast to this one. Zooms right past the redirect, and it's back to midfield we go.
It's a little bit of a kerfuffle here. No one can seem to get the right end of the ball, and it leaves up to I don't know who has no boost to say, well, okay, I'm the closest to the ball. I guess I'll play this towards the net. But eventually, everyone goes back for boost to find some kind of normality in this game. The problem is the most normalness that you'll see out of this game is the defense from Team Alaska. They continue to let so little through and then punch even harder the other way. Babs the Boon, though, collects the save.
Striking Dawn beats out everybody, gets the worst possible roll, unfortunately, unforgiving from the bottom lip of the back wall. And that is an attack on by the wayside, but good speed, at least to beat out the first defender. Now you got to do the same on defense, not getting the first one. Oh, I don't know. With another tactical whiff to be able to be capitalized on.
It works all too well. It's one from Striking Dawn, who has made so many incredible reads throughout this series that, you know, you're kind of kicking yourself, saying, really, that's where the ball ended up going? It really credits those players who can get those tough backboard reads as quickly as possible. Instant reactions can be so useful in this game of Rocket League.
And being able to also position yourselves on the improvisational, especially when you have 0 boost. Babs, excellent flick. Watts going to be backpedaling again, does get away with it, but can you get away from Striking Dawn? No, you cannot. Dunks it home for an equalizer.
Says, forget about downtown, forget about the long shot. I'm getting hot and heavy right up in your grill for the equalizer. Team Korea will not go down without a fight.
I actually like that last-minute position change. As you saw, I don't know, coming through for the save, and Striking Dawn actually goes from a straight-ahead approach to turning and side-flipping in, which is actually the reason I was able to get through. So sometimes you don't want to change things midstream. Other times you realize how you can fix things, and right now it seems like the only fix for Team Alaska is fixing this offensive rotation, pushing up a lot, almost giving away some breakaways, but looks like not going to benefit Team Korea this time. Still in their corner. First to last, though, sees his opportunity and gets clear to reset.
Of these even challenges. at the midfield. It showcases that, yeah, we are kind of 3 minutes away and 1 goal from a sweep, which we nearly got there too. Striking Dawn, what kind of Wheaties you eating this morning to make that save? Unbelievable stop as this game remains tied, but we are that close to this being a sweep despite these games getting closer and closer. Teasing apart that scoreline, though, will be, I don't know.
And so unfortunate, Babs actually does the right thing. He goes up the wall. The thing is, he doesn't realize it bounces before he gets there. So as he hits it, it actually goes just a little bit past him, catches his spoiler, flicks to the back corner. And as a defender, it can be so tough when you're driving from back post to near side to get that shot off. How fast do you have to go to actually get around that first read, and how much do you have to pay attention to the shot incoming? Oh, too many factors to balance, and something's going to go awry. Could get even worse, though, if they can't handle this backboard one. Striking Dawn into the middle as a demo on the last player. It's a classic from Team Alaska with a demo play.
And I love to look at who the demo actually strikes as well. I feel like Babs Zaboon has been so effective across the field, really an all-arounder for this team, and that's the one targeted and taken out. Good luck whoever's left, by the way, because that smoke screen on the goal line, I don't know how you're going to read the shot incoming.
Yeah, really, just when it rains, it pours. When you have a demo like that, you're trying to rotate in, you're thinking, I got it, and then you realize halfway through, I have no idea where that ball is or who's approaching because I cannot see through anything. But regardless, it is necessary to be able to get on through. Some demo play from Team Alaska, and now we'll see what will be required of Team Korea. Try to get back into this. Fortunately for them, 2 minutes is a lot to work with in 3v3.
Certainly is. They'd love to work it on the other end of the field, though, I'm sure. That's going to be difficult as they're losing players. Another demolition coming through from the Spills. This was the same team of Team Alaska that were really working well with this aggressive strategy until it was brought about against them from their opponents. But it's clear this is a strategy that they are not just dominating, but nearly perfecting.
Yeah, they're continually just kind of lobbing shots on target. That one from the side of Team Alaska. Not necessarily super threatening, but maybe the demos will be. They heard footsteps. That one almost goes all the way through. Spills make sure to solidify another one. There's another one for the tally.
Run this back. I gotta see the replay. Obviously, that's chaotic as ever, but first to last, coming from their own net, right to the goal line. I mean, you can nearly feel that save. The pixels are pixels, and it just starts to crumble for Team Korea.
Maybe on a different server, you can actually see the ball wiggle a little bit, which means that there was contact, at least on the user side, and there's definitely contact on this one, first or last, hopping on the loose ball for a goal.
User side, server side, just getting on the right side of this ball is all first or last is convinced of right now. They can't change the past, they can only change what lies before them now, and that is not 3, but now 2 goals to make up.
And then we're not even counting the kickoff, which is a decent one. Unfortunately, a little bit of friendly fire on the bump. Can't get through the traffic, and that one's going to go by the wayside. But that's why you have the follow-ups here for first or last. Excellent aerial. And I don't know, it's not going to have the cleanest of bounces to deal with. Spiked into the ceiling. Babs, exactly who you want on that one, if not for Spills. Heroic sacrifice to get that one away.
That's what you got to do. You got to put yourself in the front lines for your team to succeed in the end, and it's well done here as they still stayed more time off this clock. Each second so precious, so required for Team Korea. They get the imperative save, but 2 commit for that challenge, and Spills beats them both. And that's an important one because now that 30-second mark strikes right down to 20.
And trying to get this sweep together, Team Alaska knows they just got to last maybe 1 or 2 more forays. Also helps when there's nobody forward because of the demo play. Striking Dawn from a distance that doesn't have the height. Watshead is not going to have any problem, and seemingly neither will Team Alaska, dispatching Team Korea on day 2 of group play. That is a sweep to close out our second series of the day.
And although they just suffered the Game 7 loss against Team Pacific Islands, they are coming back looking like a top form team. We got a couple 4-2 finishes, a 4-1 and a 2-1, or excuse me, a 3-2 and a 4-2. But nevertheless, lots of convincing wins from Team Alaska to solidify their position as one of the top contenders of this competition.
Absolutely, and being able to, as you said, like kind of run it back, get that over a team that historically one other series from yesterday that they had gotten the win over, and it can feel good because I think a lot of teams thrive off that confidence, and whether that's between games or between series, sometimes it really is like, yeah, we got this. This is our tournament, and then you play a series and you're like, oh, I guess not. I guess we really are struggling. It can't get you down in the dump. So I think that's a nice return to form. Wasn't entirely in doubt despite some close calls on the goal line. So Team Alaska, definitely a good one to get under your belt and continue, again, trying to fight forward, getting that top 2, ideally, of teams coming out of group stage and into the bracket.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed by the resolve of this team as well, because it's got to be so defeating to go all the way up 3-1 in a best of 7 and then have 3 against you to lose a series. You could very easily be down and dusted as a competitor and feeling a little disappointed in yourselves, or you could have that ability to keep your head up and go into the next match even stronger. And I feel like that's a win for the team that makes them a more coordinated and cohesive unit, and happy to just competing with each other. So the fact of the matter is as well, Taco, you know, Alaska won't be strangers to the production. We've got all 3 matches featuring them today. So for them to get a loss and now a win under their belt might mean that we get a winning record out of this team to close the day.
And that's what we like to see, because if you are able to get as many wins as possible, especially in those head-to-heads as well, getting that tiebreaker, who really knows what can happen from here. But I definitely think Team Alaska, as we are letting them kind of get from their setups to potentially an interview, as we will sit down with them, I do want to pick their brains a lot about that, because I think this is a team that we didn't get to see in day one. I kind of wrote them off because even when we talked to the 2 seemingly top teams and saying, yeah, Japan and Pacific Islands, they were both kind of mentioning each other as the team that they're most worried about. But I see the potential. I see the potential of Team Alaska here, the sole North American continent kind of like representative, at least in its entirety. So
Right.
I don't know, maybe some national pride there, but I'm just glad that every region is sending best of the best that can compete to different levels.
And it's part of the story that's inspiring as well. Like, we have heard from other teams to say, oh yeah, we're nose to the grindstone. We're a really confident team. I think it's going to be all sweeps for us today. And then I'm reading the team facts from Team Alaska, and they're like, yeah, part of our strategy is whiffing a lot. It just seems to work, you know? Like, so, sometimes the vibes can win over for a team. And what you got to remember is each of these teams represent their region because they played in a qualifier and won that qualifier. Like, this, for me, Team Alaska is kind of that like dark horse, because they have kind of a unique strategy that ends up working for them. They have a unit of 3 players who span across 10 to 15 years between the oldest and the youngest, but still they come together and have strong wins like this. It shows you how Rocket League can be a team game, even if not everyone is the same coming into it.
Yeah, and it can be a little fun, too, because gaming has always kind of been almost seen as like a solitary type of hobby, but then recently realized, no, you can meet a lot of interesting people through it. I met you, Pyro, actually, through esports and gaming, so there you go. But, I mean, same with all these players. I mean, they not always even at the same base, but connecting through the network, saying, hey, these qualifiers, let's try to run it, get some teammates together, and they did get some decent teammates for Team Alaska, specifically one of those players, Spills, trying to see how their team is shaping up here in the interview slot. But for the most part, I mean, just curious to see how they are feeling. Spills on camera. There you go. Congrats on another win.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for having me on. Our team, we've been just focusing on passing the ball, trying to distribute that, and trying to exploit their weaknesses and everything. You know, I'm chasing for demos when we can, and just when you're getting out and around, so you can collect as many as possible. I think that's super helpful, as it just flusters the other team, and they're just could be getting mad or just rage baiting a little bit. But yeah, no, I think we're doing pretty good. And when we talk, of course, sometimes we can not be doing as much comms, and that's when we tend to get close up together and bunched up, and that's not necessarily what you want in Rocket League. You want to be spaced out, that way you can have full access to the field and just hold that constant pressure like what we were doing in the last few matches there.
Yeah, you guys had a couple matches that we just witnessed, including that all the way to game number 7, barn burner of a matchup that we saw for our first one. Spills, talk to me about what it's like from going from that very, heavy match, difficult one to close out, to this next one. Are you guys good at, kicking the dust off and getting back into this next match as confident as ever? Because that's what it looked like.
I can't hear you guys right now, and unfortunately, I'm having some technical difficulties.
You go for a taco. It's probably me muted.
I think if potentially if you could hear me on this side, then
yes,
we
I
do have.
can hear you.
There we go. Yeah, occasional awkward
apologize.
connection on that. But no, we just basically asking, like, you had that Game 7 series. It was right down to the wire. It was a tough one, but like you then came back and you looked confident in the second one. Like, how good are you guys at rebounding from like the disappointment potentially of a loss to being able to focus on kind of that long-term goal?
Totally. I mean, it's just like anything, right? You have your ups and your downs, and we were able to regroup. We were able to get some food and just kind of take a break mentally. We were kind of a little bit bogged down because we had some very long OTs and very high intensity gameplay going up against the Pacific Islands there. And that was just able to get us to calm down, recoup, and then take it for what it's worth.
Get it tested. Can you hear me, Spills?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I want to comment on something else you mentioned. Like right as you got on the mic, you were like, "Yeah, we're going for demos. We're trying to do a little rage baiting. Get them real worked up." Who's the best demoer on the team? Because you said you were going for him, but we saw Watts ahead. Like anytime they have a chance to leave the ball and just take it straight to him, that's exactly what he's going for.
Absolutely, yeah. Watts and I, we play quite a bit, and that's just one of our strategies. So it's just the comms and how we play together. It's definitely there. And then we just keep on saying, when you can pick up a demo, grab one. It's just gonna fluster them, and you're gonna be able to just go make it a 3-on-2 situation, and sometimes you get a double demo and it's a 1-on-3 situation for a couple seconds, and then it's pretty rough depending on where they're spawning. So yes.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, I mean, you have so much to kind of look forward to. There is that DAF World Championship slot coming up in summer. Obviously, this kind of feeds into that. I know, I mean, just by your response right there, I mean, that is the goal. I mean, is that something do you feel like is very much attainable? You just got to kind of lock in between. What's the team that you really are most focused on in terms of like the main obstacle getting there?
Well, right now, I mean, obviously Pacific is doing an incredible job with their just win streak. I mean, they haven't lost yet. Not that I know of. I don't know how the Japan games are going for them, but it's them and Japan. It's pretty close. The games for us, they've been neck and neck OTs. So it's really a toss-up. We'll see what we can do tomorrow. Hopefully we're able to kind of pull ahead. That way we can get that slot in. But either way, we're going to have some great matches.
All right.
Yeah, it's been nothing but great from the beginning, and hopefully we see more of it, Spills. But I'll give you the opportunity, since you're on the mic now, any shout-outs you want to give before we close out here?
Yeah, no, totally. I'd like to thank my leadership for letting me come down here and be able to represent Alaska. That was amazing. Just what an opportunity. I really love it here, and enjoying Japan. And I think that the esports situation here is just phenomenal. So thank you, guys.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Phils.
Sweet.
Oh, man. I mean, honestly, that's kind of funny how, like, that's the first player who's done the smart thing of being thanks to leadership. I'm sure, like, all the captains and majors sitting at the home base, like, hey, like, I let you go to that. You're not going to give me any shout out. Like, I gave you that time off, but whatever. At least he's going to maybe get a little bit nicer dinner when he gets back to the mess hall.
Oh, man. Yeah, hey, it takes a village to get these things rolling. And I think he's shouting out the esports program because it's so well ran and accommodated right now. It's really impressive to see such a great facility be utilized in this manner and have such exciting lands. And we got the cameras on the players. I mean, it's all come together really for this event, Taka, that I can't believe we're already getting towards the tail end of our day 2.
Yeah, I mean, had 3 games on stream, but also 6 in total of this round robin. This is the double round robin, so closing out group stage with 1 final series. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up after this. A third Team Alaska matchup after this. We are back to close out the group stage of the PACAF Esports Championship here for Rocket League. It is one more series to be played. It is Team Alaska. It is Team Japan duking it out here, Pyro.
It is two teams that just went to Game 7, both of them against Team Pacific Island, but with different results. Japan came away with the win. Alaska did not in the match one that we found. So are both of them worthy titans of each other? Is this Team Japan's day to take everyone by storm, or can Team Alaska play a little bit of spoiler here at the end to keep? I don't know what the end result will be, Taco, but I'm pretty convinced it's going to be a barn burner.
Yes, and as we take a look at these rosters, Spills, I don't know, and what's ahead. Again, third match of the day for Team Alaska after we did not see them in day one. And of course, we have Team Japan with Ballsy, Dead Prez, and Flex Tape Adhesive, aka Undercooked Egg, on the roster on the field is what you're going to be able to see. But I mean, take a look at the lineups. I mean, they're looking confident. I'm not going to lie. I don't know, the batting practice swing into the pose. I'm a huge fan of that.
Oh yeah, you gotta show them that you're swinging for the fences for this kind of tournament. You're not holding back whatsoever, and we get that dynamic look at these teams, and there's players that feel pretty good coming into this matchup. It was great to hear from Spills in that interview that we had earlier, but Team Japan, this is not a squad to underestimate. They showed some serious promise yesterday. They're putting up the results today, and I just can't wait to see what they've got coming into this one.
Particularly because we've normally talked about how in day one, we're like, wow, Japan not afraid to use the quick chat and kind of spam stuff and try to use that. We even talked to Ballsy, and he said that is like a psychological measure we take to specifically get in their heads. And the only other team I've seen do that is Team Alaska, who they're playing against. So I'm looking forward to any mistake you make or any banger of a goal. I'm just going to hear in the top left as they're just going back and forth. That's what I'm personally looking forward to. So hopefully they keep it somewhat civil as we get into this game because, as you mentioned, 2 Game 7s, both of them to a certain degree of credit, taking it there against Team Pacific Islands. And now just one more best of 7, again, to close out group stage, solidify some seeding for the playoff bracket. But I think for these teams, most importantly, it's to win some pride, be able to have those bragging rights on day 2. So we got the players in here, we got them in the lobby, and we are rearing and ready to go, Pyre. Again, closing out group stage here. One more BO7.
Couldn't agree more that although this is for seeding, and there's some serious implications to that based on where you'll find yourself in the playoff bracket, this is for pride. 2 chatty teams, 2 teams that would love to not just talk the talk, but walk the walk.
And Undercooked Egg almost gets there immediately for Team Japan, but fortunately for them, not able to find that between the sticks. Right now, you see Team Alaska kind of getting put down in their side of the field and somewhat pinned down up until What's Ahead does get the clear. I thought might be able to get the follow through, but unfortunately, it looks like Team Japan, I would say, ready to set up the next one, but that's a miss. Now leading to, I don't know, trying to slot one and not able to do so.
Allow defense to pick up that boost and get their way back into this game, but will it allow them to be positioned for the save? That is a wild one from Ballsy, who had to flip with nearly a split-second reaction time. They prove that they are ready to battle today. That is 3 defenders pulled to the mark, a ball pulled away from the defense, and had Undercooked Egg decided to stay into the play. Might have been a goal. Instead, we turn this one around back for Team Alaska.
Yeah, that one's dangerous in the middle. Good read by Ballsy to be able to get that forward and then some. You might be able to flick that one middle, but maybe miscalculated that one just a little bit. But that's why you have teammates Undercooked Egg trying to be that asset, but unfortunately it's going to go over his head a little bit. He has to U-turn, put that one into the middle. Maybe ill-advised in that flick because there's, I don't know, seeing their opening, and they will get the first one of the day.
It's just not a ball that you want to backflip there because they're going to leave it up for the other team, and there's some miscommunication happening right now for Team Japan. Not only that, but they're getting hassled in the same way that they like to. Some of that quick chat being, spewed out early on, and we might just see more of it.
And that's a kickoff shenanigan right there. I think they were trying to go for something a little bit alternative. Dead Prez looks like they're not able to get that read off, as Spills is wondering, are they selling? Are they throwing this game away? Quite the accusation to throw at your opponent.
Might just be, instead of a field out there, a market. And it's a little bit of a game here to game there that's being sold on the field. And oh my goodness, you don't have to worry about no selling. It is these purchasings of goals from Team Alaska that they're nearing topping the charts. I thought we'd see a 3rd goal after rattled the cage there, but instead we turn over to the other side. As maybe Team Alaska isn't the only one trying to take advantage of mistakes. A double commit nearly leaves them vulnerable.
Yeah, Dead Prez is going to have to take the handoff here for defense and get that one out to the corner, which he does. Problem is he pays for it with his life. What's ahead? Again, one of those players you're going to have to keep an eye on, both us in the booth and everybody on the field, because they're a constant threat not only to get their demos, but also to facilitate maybe the next attack, cutting around the first defense. Got a player waiting in the middle. Dead Prez doesn't have it. Spills, I would say does, but slows it down and gets saved.
2 critical saves in a row for Team Japan. They're able to get right out in front of these shots from Team Alaska, whether it's the initial one or the rebound. And it proves that this team's got some grit. They may be scored on a couple times, but that doesn't mean they're going to lie on their back for the next one forthcoming. And so you've still got this 2-0 lead from Team Alaska. Team Japan keeping this one close. A good take from Dead Prez as they read that off the backboard. But I don't know, was in position to block.
Team Alaska liking their goal line defense. You've seen a couple times now that Team Japan has gotten right to the precipice, and then when they need that final touch, they can't get it. And that's another one. Spills kind of stared down Balls. He says, I don't think you're going for it. Balls said, yeah, you're right. I'm going to go to the corner. I'll steal some boost and maybe try again later.
There's no kickoff to provide that immediate goal for Team Alaska. They've got to keep working at it. Maybe extend that lead to 3, which could secure them the win. This one bounces so treacherously off the ceiling. Fortunately for Team Japan, it's right off the post. They can survive for now, but what about when what's ahead takes a ripper right to the backboard? It produces a chance for Spills to get right back into the rotation, but a redirect puts this the opposite way. Maybe an opportunity for Japan to jump on.
An excellent flick out by, I don't know, problem is that's a hard read for his teammate on the next one, and yet it's going to be perfectly touched all the way out to the midfield. No matter what Team Japan is trying, they just cannot quite get past Team Alaska's back line. Final minute of game number 1, trying to figure out what they can do to get back into this one. Maybe through some sidewall reads, but that one's not going to work. How about a pinch?
It gets some momentum behind the ball, and it does translate to a passing play on the infield. Ballsy takes a good one towards the net. Yeah, we talked so much about this goal line defense from Team Alaska. They're letting little through, and it's because they cover all their bases. Speaking of cover in the whole net, Undercooked Egg with a wild save that hits off the crossbar and keeps this ball out of treacherous territory. That being said, still work to be done. Team Japan would have to convert on a counter now.
Especially on this attack, it'd be so dangerous, especially Watts not getting that read, but neither is the follow through. Dead Prez going for a demo, but someone's got to touch the ball. Spills will take the volunteer on that one as a high lob comes to the back post. Undercooked Egg denied. Dead Prez, no chance. Ballsy is trying to keep it forward, but realizes he's got nowhere to go to. Backboard plays, no matter what they're trying, it just can't go through. 2 goals to the good for Alaska, more than necessary. They'll take game 1 and do take the lead in our final series of the day.
They're not taking the challenge lightly of having to play all 3 matches today on the front screen. They're certainly getting used to it, taking the win over Team Alaska. It kind of makes me wonder, I mean, talk of the series is far from over, but you've got a situation where Team Alaska, okay, they lost to Pacific Island, but then Japan beat Pacific Island, but now Alaska might beat Japan. I mean, how do you even rank these teams going into playoffs tomorrow?
I mean, you're taking a look at the top left. They're saying, keep talking to each other. And they're just saying, yeah, keep yapping. No, keep it coming. And simply responded with scoreboard. So, yeah, clearly no love lost. And going into the bracket, yeah, it is hard to predict. Honestly, coming into this one, I feel like we were both looking for favorites. We were saying, this team is playing great. I think they're looking great. And then we saw another team. We're like, I don't know about that one. But then day 2, I feel like all of that, if I didn't watch day 1, I would have no idea. Like, I would genuinely have no idea. Everyone looks so good. And right now, Team Alaska, I gotta say, they're looking locked in. I feel like they've captured something really clean. I think it's on Team Japan to show them what they're capable of. How about that one? Undercooked Egg right on his head.
I mean, this is a player for the first half of the last game, had the only shots on net. So they were looking forward to solidifying a goal out of one of them. And yeah, it didn't take only 10 seconds to get that massive blow on the scoreboard.
Being able to have that play, especially in a mechanical way like that. It's not a deflection where you can just say, haha, that goes in. It's really just pure mechanical excellence. Be able to get that dunk as well. Good boost control, everything involved. So therefore, that's going to inspire them to maybe move on forward and try for something else. Maybe it's Ballsy this time. He can't chase that one down. Spills redirect's not going to be able to get that on target. I don't know. Looking for a pass, and yet it's Dead Prez from a distance. What? Gets the save, but the follow-through is Dead Prez. Dropping a thanks, and he will very much accept that charity.
This is the position you want to last be in if you're Watts ahead, because yeah, you could probably hit the ball over the top, but it is going to translate into the perfect pass, a really tough ball to put in a safe spot.
And being able to have their 2 goals, I mean, if you had any doubts about, I don't know, I guess Team Japan, the offense just isn't clicking, and then we're not even 45 seconds in, and there's already 2 goals. So apparently that is a problem that emerged and immediately got snuffed out. Maybe even more to come if they're not careful. Dead Prez maybe over eager on that aerial, can't quite get it. How about the rebound? Pass middle, undercooked, dang, back post, also lacking in the resource.
Really impressed by some of the creativity out of Dead Prez. It's tough to get those redirects where you want them to go, but converting a good pass out of that means that there's going to be more special plays coming out of that player of Dead Prez, a player who has really been able to put the game on and be the hero for the team at certain points. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Particularly here, as Ballsy will almost get that flick around. Dead Prez going to get a little interference on that one, but what's ahead? Dodge underneath. You saw the demo a little bit, or might have even heard it. You're certainly going to hear a lot of that, I feel like, between these 2 games. I think it's only natural that you're going to trash talk a little bit. It's going to lead to physical play as well.
Yeah, you know, it's not the typical Call of Duty where you can take the guy out with a weapon, but the car is the weapon. Demos are good, but the best score you can put on the board is a goal, and that's exactly what Watts will do.
And Spill's got 2 demos leading up to it. It's not something you'll see at the end game scoreboard, but at the end of the day, you will be able to have that all go through. Undercooked Egg not happy. Says great pass bums because all you're doing is demoing. No team play, but hey, they all count the same.
They do indeed. 1 down, more to go if you're Team Alaska. Trying to maybe speak less in the quick chat and more on the field. Let the actions talk for them. Prez, though, would like to do the same. It's a touch around the corner, and it continues that volley sequence. And Watts, well, that's a precarious touch to make, but it makes do with the team. Spills follows up, as does Watts on the center field play, leading, I don't know. Last one in rotation to try to find a clear out.
A little bit of demo from Ballsy. That's actually a great follow by Dead Prez. Doesn't get the 50, but does cause some disruptions. Ballsy coming back for more. Hits that off ceiling. Great pass and a Dead Prez, and you can't hit it much better than that.
And we saw the redirects earlier that were so fancy, but put them in a scoring position, and they will dazzle. Lovely tipper to right under the bar.
And honestly, really good adjustment as well from Dead Prez. As he jumped for it, I'm thinking, oh no, he went too far forward. He's got to adjust. And then he leans back just enough and then leans back forward to be able to get the power on it, to be able to really accelerate that over that challenging defender. It all came together right there for Dead Prez. He's popping off a little bit. He's trying to add even more, but again, not quite there. Maybe on the rebound, at least keeping it alive. Undercooked tagging him, just taking it on 2v3.
Rebound after rebound. I mean, I like that position from Dead Prez as well. They've proven that those awkward angles can work for them. So they were kind of steering backwards on their ascent to the ball, and it nearly made do. This time around, Dead Prez is happy not to score, but to do the demoing portion of it.
Yeah, no one likes the aftertaste of medicine, especially your own. As it more demo play coming through from Team Japan. Demo play to open up things, and just watching that slow, painfully crawling ball bounce on in. So that is a 4th goal for Team Japan, and we are just past halftime, so certainly a response sometime soon would be appreciated from Team Alaska. That shot lacking all the necessary power.
I feel like, you know, this is so far out in this tournament, but obviously you want to win this game and win the series for the seeding, but I feel like this match as well is to solidify your strengths as a team, right? You want to go into tomorrow's playoff action having a really significant approach that you can tie yourselves to, rely your team on. Right now, I'm definitely seeing that from Team Japan. Getting Undercooked Egg and Dead Prez into an attacking position, letting them kind of tee the ball off to each other is working out so well. Right now, it's Ballsy. Actually, nearly to themselves, just follows through on the wall play into the net.
Yeah, do love a dish here, and honestly, great setup as well. Doesn't flip too, just jumps once, it angles the car, and then it's just simple tap in, jumping off that back wall. There's nothing Team Alaska can do, it seems, right now. They have 4 shots, all from Watts ahead. Other than that, Team Japan have been dominating the offensive categories. They are the ones zooming around right now. Seems like almost like a speed mismatch right now. Everybody getting on it, Dead Prez especially. That's his hat trick.
I mean, this team is unlocked in their talents. They are unleashed from the cage. Is anything available to stop them? Because at this time, any of the Team Alaska players are not enough.
And this one, definitely one of those wins where, yeah, you already have it in the bag, but at this point, it's about beating down on the morale of your opponents. And certainly they're trying that in the text chat, but right now they're trying to do it on the scoreboard as well. Unfortunately, that one might backfire. Undercooked Egg can't even give them one when he tries.
Yeah, he said, you know, maybe I don't have to play. And then he even considered maybe I could just play for your team. But no, the score will stay at 6-1. And no, they will not get a shot on target because of his spills, removing them from the equation with, well, yeah, you expected it. Another demo. We've seen so many of those today, and it won't be the last.
I'm not gonna lie, I have my little notepad next to me on the desk. I've been trying to take a tally for demos, and I've lost count very quickly. It's very hard to actually make sure we are keeping on track of. So let's just say it's gonna be a lot. Just like the number of goals coming through, a basic avalanche coming through from Japan. 6-1. What a response in game 2.
I like to imagine you tallying those demos on your sheet, and instead of crossing the line when it's 5, you just rip a hole in your paper, like stab it with your pencil. And at this point, your paper is full of holes. That note sheet is looking like target practice because Team Japan, this might have as well been the shooting range. 6 goals in a single game.
Yeah, and I did mention Avalanche. Fun fact for everyone, because I learned this the other day. The snowiest city in the entire world is actually in Sapporo, in Japan. Oh. Did not know that. I would have assumed it would be somewhere like Nordic, you know, like Scandinavia or something. I was really racking my brain. Someone's like, no, it's actually right there, northern Japan. So, fun fact for you guys. It's on an island, of all places. But right now, I feel like Team Alaska probably feels like they're on their own island, especially on defense. They are needing everybody involved to be able to stop that goal number 2. I will say they are quiet a little bit, but that's because they're focusing up to see what happens here to break the deadlock in game 3.
And working together is going to be the key for that. Wondering how snowy it is right now in Tokyo. We kept getting those beautiful sights of the enlisted club over there at the Yokota Air Base. I don't think they're having to deal with too much snowfall. Really just the falling of shot after shot and goal after goal from Team Japan. It's up to Team Alaska to put a stop to it in this game at number 3. And, well, 30 seconds in, no goals so far, so good. If you can deny Dead Prez, which, oh, that's a little too tough to do.
And Ballsy, it's almost like they were just on a tour. They're just lackadaisically walking around, going through, and then saying, yep, I know you're going to get it past that one guy, and then I'll just slot it from there. Easy goal, but really good positioning to understand that all the attention was on Dead Prez, and stopping it is no easy feat.
Not whatsoever. Undercooked Egg slams into this ball to kick off. What a beauty of a setup. Watts ahead, being asked of a lot there on defense, and making a good touch out of it. This is a little bit of discombobulation, though, from the play of Team Japan. As you can see, all of them were on the same side of the field, and there's no one left to save.
Yeah, that's a rough one as well. Undercooked Egg has been able to get that shot, but then all the way downfield, you have Watts just lurking. Normally not the player that would go for the finesse lob, but sometimes when that team is chasing everything down, especially on those the sidewall deflections that they have to chase down, they're going to be more focused on getting to that read rather than protecting that goal line. So I will say that's also a good goal just for Alaska. Take a deep breath and be like, okay, we have equalized. Now we just got to make sure we lock in. Not like this. Ballsy, the double fake, but that's why it's 3. Spills there to rescue.
Oh, man. Yeah, they really bailed out their team because otherwise that was going to be an ugly replay on the highlights. Fake after fake. Players just diving away from the ball, but look at who's searching for redemption. I don't know, with the shot that could have translated in an approach to the net. Now it's the passing play back to I don't know who is able to complete the job.
And look at this play. I mean, we have really characterized Team Alaska as a team that's saying, this is mostly a physical play. That is pure finesse coming through from Spills, just lobbing that one over. And it's not even that impressive, not even an air dribble. It's just making sure you play one player at a time. And in that one swift movement, he got past 2 players and got themselves the lead, albeit maybe not for long. Unfortunate kickoff, or even again.
I don't know about these kickoffs right now for Team Alaska. They got to get something situated. They got to get their feet set, but some teams struggle to do that when you have the randomness of kickoff shots or goals or setups. It can be hard to be composed, and it's tough for Team Alaska. They work hard for that lead that's washed away so quickly.
Yeah, that's why kickoffs are something you can't take your brain off for even a moment in Rocket League. It's a set piece that can go wrong so easily. Spills almost was able to right things, but that one was too high of a balance. Maybe overthinking exactly his approach on that one. 2 players congregating. Someone's got to go. Undercooked Egg will certainly take that one.
Yeah, I've seen pre-jumps in Rocket League. I've never seen pre-quick chats. I saw the triple dot ellipses before Undercooked even took that shot. This team is feeling good. They're feeling confident. I would say there are moments where they seem a little too over the top, just in terms of their positioning on the play, right? We saw that clumping on their positioning. We saw that overcommit at one point as well. If they could just measure that back a tiny bit, this team is looking like the confidence is working for them.
Yeah, and right now from Japan, I think, honestly, they love the speed they're playing at. They're not messing around. They're not overcomplicating anything either. They know that they have an advantage, so they're just going for everything as quickly as possible. Thing is, 2 can play at that game. Team Alaska, definitely no strangers to that style, and now they're trying to work in a little bit of finesse on the slow play. Unfortunately, only so much they can do. Who can turn around for this one? Watts certainly can. High lob up and over. Undercooked Egg. He's not going. Oh, I don't know is there. And there's another one as this game continues to swing back and forth.
So you don't hear from I don't know. You just watch and you learn. The closer today, the finishing factor of Team Alaska to tie this game back up.
I do like that, just keeping the fundamentals alive. Some players, a lesser player maybe, would have been in that position from what's ahead and tried to go for that shot right on target through a defender, but instead they went for the high lob. This time he goes direct, but that angle going to be pretty difficult, especially with that near post defender. No one touching the next one. There's a bump. Who else? It Spills, and it's, I don't know, with another one back to back.
I really need to see this replay. 72 miles per hour. And they do just get this power shot that lays right into it. I thought maybe the defense could come back and formulate, but no, the physicality proves to be too strong.
And they might depart briefly from that, but they will always be looking for it. We heard from Spills in the interview really saying, and yeah, we know that we have the advantage sometimes on the physical play, and we just like to look for it when it's available. And when you see that opening, there's only one player in your path, you better knock him out of it. Look at that back post, another one. That might be the fastest 3 goals I've seen from a player.
Yeah, and it's not even just 3 of the game. It is 4 right now from I don't know. Part of it attributed to their precision on the shot taking. 2 defenders, no problem. Bottom corner, slotted.
And now we have seen an eerie silence coming through on the text chats from our yellow side in Team Japan as this game has swung violently quick towards their opponents, and now it's just about maintaining that 2-goal lead. 100 seconds, is that enough? Ballsy doesn't seem to think so. Pass into Undercooked Egg, goal number 9.
Oh my. Was 9 goals. This time around, we're at 9 goals, still 90 plus seconds.
Especially when we do have this one coming through from Watts ahead, as he got a good head start on this, and the follow through as well. Spills temporarily back man, but now I don't know, it's got to slow things down and does so with a high lob. Honestly, you can just feel like this game, this whole entire series almost feels like it's rests on a knife's edge. Game 2 seems almost anomalous at this point based on how back and forth this has been.
The gameplay's really opening up right now as everyone's feeling confident about whatever approach they take could be that 1 goal that's scored to tie up the tally. Team Japan on it badly, and they're hounding the net. It's Undercooked Egg with no boost, and both players, both teammates, hoping to get that follow-up, but it's not enough. Dead Prez uses the wave dash to accelerate their approach to the net, but that side flip gets taken care of so delicately by what's ahead.
And again, I feel like it's a little early to send the whole house. You got 40 seconds, but at the end of the day, I understand why. I mean, a lot of stakes for this one. Seeds 1 and 2 are still in contention between Japan and Pacific Islands pending these results. So really a win would go so far for Team Japan. And right now, that's exactly what they're fighting for. Thing is, they're behind in this game. They know it, and you can see the panic start to set in as we have our final seconds ticking down.
15 on the clock. What can we see out of Team Japan now when it's needed most? It's a rally still from Team Alaska. They're able to play it away. Spills follows through from the corner, but nearly nobody home. This is a high ball that's going to reach the ground. Maybe one more bounce could have helped Team Japan, but Alaska ends up on top.
And that is going to be a 2-1 advantage for Team Alaska. And I will say, pretty narrow, but honestly, I don't think there was a single moment I knew where that game was going, Pyro. I think there was an entire time where I'm like, okay, it looks like they're settling in. Look down, take some notes, look back up. Oh, that's another goal. Oh, it's another goal. Oh, it's another goal. Okay, well, I guess they're going to win. Oh, wait, that's another comeback goal. Like, it really felt like at any point that could swing. A little bit of mistakes you'll see on these replays, but over time, I feel like once they have both settled in, that's what I wanted this series to be. Just whoever can out-strategize each other, take advantage of those tiny gaps in the defensive rotation.
I think we got to share our flowers as well to the player of, I don't know. You talked about those 3 goals so quick from one single player. At one point, they were 4 for 4. I mean, 100% shooting percentage on 4 goals in that game is absurd. And to think about it, they needed every single goal that they scored in that match. So let's see it, Alaska. You've got to win after that tough loss earlier. Can you continue it?
Well, certainly Team Japan wants to get their comeback. Thing is, they have to make sure they finish their shots. How about this one? Low and slow, but still denied. Spills, bumped, ballsy, surely, and he's going to overcook it.
It seems as if it was, but on the other side, who could save them? Undercooked egg as they go in with the demolition. Ballsy sets up with the pass. But was that Ballsy to clear the ball as well? I'm not sure. Either way, it doesn't work out for Japan.
Well, sometimes you're playing against 3 players, and sometimes based on your rotation, you're playing against 4 because your own teammate, it really do be like that sometimes. Ball across, maybe a redemption arc here as he's trying to slow things down. That's past 2 defenders, but well past the post.
And I don't know, could be the player to watch as they get the pass off to Spills. Spills with the hard shot and the goal. Team Alaska using that win as momentum.
And I want to see this replay again because this shot came in and it looked like Dead Prez had it, but he did a classic thing that I do all the time in my ranked matches. I'm on the near side. I get to get to that far post, and then the shot comes right at you. Your momentum carries you backwards or forwards, and you can't get backwards fast enough to make the save. That hurts for sure, but maybe an assist to Undercooked Egg can help. Not quite. Maybe Ballsy on the comeback. Just going to have to put that one to the corner for now.
Well, in those positions for Dead Prez, you know, as a shot taker, the net seems so small, but when you have to save the whole net, it's so big. It's too much area to cover, and that certainly contributed to that nice near side position goal. Saw out of Spills, but you know, any indication of last game, that's not the only goal that's going to be scored. That's a big save that is made from Team Alaska. This is to at least not allow for the pass off the backboard. Ballsy wants to put it right back in that position, though. Are they going to read that own pass off the backboard? No, they're going to leave it for a teammate who misses just narrowly. Dead Prez off on the mark, just as is Watts ahead as they pinch that away.
Tragic, he can get so close, but the post is never really your friend sometimes. Spills, going to be able to regain and actually get a phenomenal touch. Problem is, can't balance it with a follow-through. Watts off the side wall. Dead Prez just going to turn around, and that's a really crucial touch by What's Ahead. Just be able to rebalance everything. And now we've seen the action slow down temporarily, but honestly, slow is such a subjective term, Pyro, because these players are still trying as hard as possible to get on top of every single read.
It's felt like all gas, no brakes since the moment these teams entered the stadium, and it's because of the talent that these players showcase and the skills that they've just locked in, right? It's the third match of the day. They've showcased their best and still want to progress. In that way, Dead Prez just can't get through all of the defense on that shot. The defense knows better.
High lob, unfortunately, going to be taken away. Bit of commotion now. Everybody out to the outskirts of the map to get their boost from Team Japan, but that will not benefit him on this one, especially with a roller on the near side. Somehow not turned down. I think, I don't know, didn't expect that to be a whiff. Couldn't catch up to it.
It's that situation once again of maybe when you don't hit the ball, it could be your best result because that's not what their opponents are expecting. There's so much respect on the field right now, expecting the best out of your opponents, and sometimes they make mistakes. Undercooked egg, I don't see a mistake here. I just see a great lob to a teammate. Ballsy tries to fly in for the shot. Deadpress will continue the possession as this one could be perfect for a teammate, but I don't know, instead gets the time to make the clear.
The Team Japan doing great to maintain boost. The problem is the way they're doing it is rotating all the way back. They need follow-ups because the defense on the goal line, it is just simply too good from Team Alaska to fall for just an ordinary lob if there's not an immediate threat following it. And honestly, can't say the same about Team Alaska. They're a bit more conscientious on their build-up. Of course, they say that. No one be able to follow in the corner. Maybe Ballsy can take a lesson from that. High lob, undercooked egg from the corner, trying to get this one back middle, and will go for the infield pass. I don't know. Good job to shut it down.
Spills has a high ball here to follow, and that one nearly goes, but now it's up to the defense to try to get in position. Team Japan have to sprout a counterattack because seconds are dwindling here, and it's a long clear that could help them out. But I don't know, it's right in front of it. They have shown incredible prowess on the shot taking, but right now that's translating into critical plays as well as the demolition. It's keeping the reinforcements of Japan slim.
Another deflection, high lob, spills up for it. Wait, he might have a reset on it. He does on the double tap. I love the effort, and if nothing else, it will burn down time. But wasn't enough. You got to get back. Everybody forming around Ballsy. It will do enough to at least make him panic a bit from the sidewall and now into the turf. Team Alaska holding on.
Oh, that was devastating for Ballsy because you have this wide open look across the field, but you don't know it until it's too late. You go for the pinch pass, and it just beams out away from you, and that is the game. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles in Rocket League. But, Taco, I want to know if you expected a 1-0 finish after a 5-4 game in the previous one.
Well, I mean, it's just so crazy to see, Pyro, because, like, let's say, if we take a trip down memory lane, we have a 2-0 win for Team Alaska in Game 1. Okay, that's looking great. Then we have a 6-1 loss from them in the next one. And then we go to a 5-4, and I'm thinking, okay, clearly we're in the era of a lot of goals. And then it was just, you know, right down, nail-biter, 1-0. You know, the classic score line within Rocket League. And, of course, it's real-life inspiration of soccer. But regardless, I don't know where to go from this. If you ask Team Alaska, though, it's a 4-1. They have this one settled. Team Japan, there's a lot of pride on the line here, as well as potentially getting that top seed. They would love a finish here, and they're not going to get it.
Listen, to ask Team Alaska, yeah, it's a 4-1, but if you ask them after they had played their first match against Pacific Islands, it's not that surefire. Then again, it could just be handed to them by Team Japan. They nearly pinball that one in their own net and now are hassled around their own goal line just to make these near saves. It hasn't been an easy start to this Game 5.
Not one bit, and I don't think it really ever will be. These players, I mean, coming into this tournament, you know, sometimes you wonder, you know, is this casual? Is it just kind of like a vacation for them? You ask every single one of them, they're taking this real seriously. What a surprise. All these competitors in the Air Force are just as competitive in a video game as they are, I'm sure, in real life. A lot of athletes as well, bringing that mentality to this one, which is why I expect this one to be even keel right up until that final ball drops. Ballsy, that's a heck of a pinch, unfortunately. A team bump in the backfield means no one's there to follow.
I mean, these are just like, you know, competitive people, but I remember reading from What's Ahead, they used to play in MLG games back in the day for Halo 3 tournaments, so there's even a little bit of gaming competition in their blood, as they are proving that right here. No way. Bloodlust on the play across, but little did they know there was a savior in tow for this team. A ridiculous two-blocker play that doesn't translate to a goal.
Insanely good pass. Unfortunately, it's going to be cut out. Ballsy trying to test out the reaction time of the defense, and it will pass, at least for now. Another long clear, but you can feel Team Japan slowly leaning forward in their chairs, believing that they have that momentum. But thing is, momentum doesn't mean anything if you don't have an end result.
That's right. You want that score on the scoreboard, which neither team has really gotten. And you think of that as well in the context of Team Japan. They've got a game and a half without a goal. That could be a little bit dissuading, but a play like this could change everything. Dead Prez rejuvenates.
And I do actually really like this from Dead Prez, because sometimes on offensive rotations you want to keep the pressure, but you also have to be acutely aware of those moments where you back off, let the defense breathe, and let them throw it away. That backflip goes right into the corner, and then it's a slot into the open net for Dead Prez. Excellently done, and maybe he can get another one. If not for the bump, I don't know. Says, no, not so quick.
He's seen enough. He says, I don't want more out of you, Dead Prez. And wow, they actually get a little bit of help there from Dead Prez. I think they lost control of that ball and even played against their teammate's shot, and a little bit of a friendship donut on the ceiling of the cage there between teams. And you like to see the friendliness right before the demolition as the goal scored by Uncooked Egg.
And really do like this one as well. Just rolling it forward, understanding, hey, Spills, you're creeping up a little bit. We even have a player downfield. I'm sure they calmed the demo, but none really needed. Maybe just one to get your frustrations out, because you got to stay calm. You got to lead. Now it's about how well can you keep it running a 2-minute drill.
Team Alaska visions of the past starting to become clear as they dropped that 3-1 lead earlier in the day. They've got to lock in and secure that final step against another tough team, especially when it comes to seeding. They could get started right here. It's, I don't know. Oh, with the first killer double. Found another touch on the way down with the descent. Nearly got it in the net. I guess that defense from Team Japan was too formidable. What a pre-flip as well, right into the ball for Japan. They are not letting go of this lead.
Really, this is the best type of competitors that we do see, the ones that elevate to the scenario that they find themselves in, and everyone bringing their absolute best. It's about actually maintaining that, though. That can be so difficult. More demos, more space, and then more shots on target for Team Japan. Honestly, the clears doing their job as well, just to burn down this clock.
Yeah, all the shots are coming together here when they needed it most for Team Japan. Question is, will they falter? Will they leave just one mistake for Team Alaska to take advantage of? Watts ahead, does get up for the aerial, but Ballsy's just a little bit quicker to the punch. That's the issue. You're trying to get these late game strats to work, but when Team Japan are so locked in as well, it's tough to find a gap.
I do also like how these players are starting to add in some feints, both on offense and defense, just to throw the other team off. You can see the mental battle is required. It's not just out-meching the other team. It's not just out-racing them. It really is a team that actively all comes together and activates those strategies. Right now, it is Team Japan, and right now, it might be yet another one. Dead Prez getting involved with his second.
Says, get out of my way. I mean, this has been Dead Prez's game, the series, and maybe even tournament. Like, we've seen so many moments where they themselves root themselves in all those hours of gameplay. They listed for us that he has over 3,000 hours in Rocket League. He's putting every hour to use right now on the field, becoming a top competitor, a top performer. Oh my, and now Ballsy showing off. You don't need it, but go on, son.
No, don't get it twisted. That's not a double tap. It is a triple tap coming through from Ballsy. You can honestly even quantify that even more. I didn't realize how many times that did deflect. Regardless, excellently done by Ballsy to be able to deliver that one home. And honestly, he's been looking for a couple different goals, but been rejected on the goal line or not getting the contact he's looking for. That's a confidence boost that I am sure Team Alaska did not want him to have.
No, not whatsoever. Thought maybe at the very tail end of this game, we would actually see a point from Alaska, but it is clear that's not the case. Nearly a fifth for Team Japan as one player streaks across the net while the ball is in front of the face. A couple demos to sprout off some fireworks at the end of this game. Japan survives in the series.
And Team Alaska with that striking distance of being on match point still. So we actually have seen Team Alaska suffer an unfortunate fate in a eerily similar scenario. Pyro, I do wonder how much of that does lean on them in the back of their minds. But at the very least, Team Japan continues to get their wins in blowout standards. It's really the only way they know how to win.
Yeah, Japan just came off of a win against Pacific Islands in Game 7. They will not be afraid to do it again. That does not bode well right now for Team Alaska. But at the end of the day, for Team Alaska, listen, you've got 2 games in front of you. You've just got to win one. You go 1 game, 1 goal, 1 second at a time as we kick off Game 6.
And we're certainly not going to see them shy away. That's an immediate demo chase from Spills right off the kickoff, and that does not go through. But hopefully this ball, for their sake, doesn't go through either. Deadprez taking his time, kind of wind through the maze of challenges, and yet will be turned to the side. Still has that chaotic energy, as always, it seems, in the beginning of this game number 6.
It's what has fueled them for this comeback, and it may continue to do so. A very cheeky play there from what's ahead, not knowing if a teammate was going to come through or if they've got to put it in reverse and find an exit themselves. They managed to align their rear view mirror to find a safe spot.
Really nice touch from, I don't know. In fact, he's going to send that one right on the corner. If not for a spectacular read back by Undercooked Egg, Spill's not going to rotate back. He'll keep it alive. Maybe a pass middle, I don't know, has the 100 boost. He's lurking in the middle, but he will retreat, and it doesn't seem like that is going to be the safe strategy from Team Alaska. They dive in, but a great clear to reset the rotation.
Yeah, sometimes you got to dive in just to keep the defense honest, and apparently we're keeping the post honest as well. Yes, it works, but it will not work for a ball that finds it right between those uprights.
I see Spills trying to get out wide. They try to get pads, then realize they have to react to this one. They actually Q-turn really fast, and I think maybe overthink that one. They had time to even catch that. That's all on comms. You have to be able to be in your teammates' ear, but regardless, no one's going to be harsher on themselves than Spills. A lot of momentum trying to close this one out. It's mistakes like that you just cannot afford.
No, not in this game where this team has struggled to score for a long time, and the struggles will continue as after the kickoff, it's more of Team Japan.
And a bit more ordinary of a goal there for Ballsy. Got one technically off that sidewall after Spills was not able to get there. And this time, Spills is also in the mix. This time he's getting interfered with. Going to go right over his head. Ballsy getting a great triple tap in the last game. Now has 2 goals to the good. And Team Japan continues feeling confident that they could get a Game 7 out of this series. Obviously, a very long day for these teams. Clearly, as everyone has settled into day 2.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm sure they're happy about it. When you get best of 7s in this early stage, you might as well milk it out for all that it's worth to be. And Ballsy is doing that with every chance they get at the net. Look at the placement on that one.
Bang, heavy hit all the way back down, and I do like that, just being able to make sure the defense says, yeah, I know you're getting harassed and ranged and you're trying to get boost, but hey, you creeped a little bit too far out, and then there you go. It's going right in your net. I do always like just lobbing a ball on target, making sure the defense is paying attention, because sometimes they will be interfered with. Maybe like Deadprez had an open read, but thought Spills might have a chance. I guess he thought wrong. Off the post again. Team Japan unrelenting right now.
I know, this is right now, just feels like they're in a blender for Team Alaska, and they're getting chopped up, spit out, and they can't find a way out. Gotta get some kind of reset, or, well, a goal actually would be the perfect reset for them. It's Deadprez. It's always difficult maneuvering around your own post, so fortunately for them, they do find 4 wheels on the ground to make that save. They are undergoing some pressure here. Watts ahead. Big surprise going for the bump play after hitting that ball towards the net.
I don't know, actually trying to put that one off the corner, and I thought there might be some interference, but regardless, it seems like the speed has been turned up to 11 from Team Japan, particularly Deadprez, as you mentioned. He's been involved in so much offense and defense. Right now, to be honest, he's handling multiple responsibilities simultaneously. Ballsy's got to do the same. That's off the backboard. Great follow, even better save.
How are you getting in front of that one? I mean, it feels like at this point, Team Japan have an answer for everything, and I'm unsure how that's even possible, because they played so much attack, you would have figured they forgot to play defense, or how to do it. But that's not the case at all. Pushing from Watts ahead, but that's going to provide no value for a team that has to get back on defense. This one off the backboard, and the shot will hit off the crossbar. Bailed out by the bar, our Alaska.
And before this next shot, yeah, we have the statistics starting to roll in. And as I mentioned, it seems like Team Japan can really only win when it's a blowout. If this scoreline stands, they take it to Game 7. That means their combined differential is 13-1 in games that they have won. So clearly not messing around whatsoever, and a very much momentum-based squad. Once they got rolling, you're going to get crushed.
And the floodgates are open. And it doesn't look like there's any way to close it. What's ahead? What a ripper.
Yeah, and that was a demo to lead the way, but even without that one, not much you can do to stop this one. Gets perfectly underneath it, 63 miles an hour, right to the top shelf, and defense just has to kind of stare at that one and watch it go through. Maybe they won't be too worried, but that is some momentum, and with 60 seconds, anything can happen, especially with a miss like that. Oh, I don't know, gets it past undercooked egg, but can't get it inside the post.
I just still can't believe what a silencing blow that was for what's ahead. Well, maybe it's actually difficult to silence this team of Team Japan. They seem to be cooking there off the ceiling plate from Dead Prez. This one off the backboard. Oh, and Spills was ready for it. Just couldn't get it on target. The game is so fast moving that sometimes these approaches on the ball are difficult to hit precisely.
Yeah, and I think that's also a balance of seeing a ball go off the backboard and saying, I have to immediately get on this. Then you realize halfway through, oh, because I'm going so quick, I do not know how the angle I need to take on this one. And see a couple times now that that has come up. Dead Prez missing that one, but gonna get bumped. In fact, I don't know, still has a delayed flick. Wait a minute, excellent setup. There's a second as we have a Rule 1 on the far side. Just absolute chaos everywhere.
I doubt it was intentional, but it may have been the best plan for this team, for Alaska. They isolate the players, get the 1v1, get a magical flip to set up the pass and the goal. It's a 1-point game.
Now a kickoff, not going to go their way, so it's going to have to go coast to coast for Team Alaska. And at this point, Team Japan, maybe a little bit sweatier. Maybe the smile's starting to fade from their face. They just got to lock in a little bit further. Maybe Ballsy can do it right here with a double, but no. It will stay up, fighting to close this one in 6, while Japan is looking to secure a Game 7. No one can reach that one, and it will indeed go the distance for the final series of group play.
Well, it felt like Team Japan had nearly 7 goals uncontested between this game and the last one. And then, you know, they're kind of leaning back in their chairs at that point. Okay, pretty cozy win here. And then, you know, that last minute, it's like, okay, let's actually lean forward and lock in and finish this game, because suddenly it's a 1-point game out of nowhere. Team Alaska will do that to you. They've gone to Game 7 against a tough team before. They didn't want to go there again, but Danger Taco, here we are.
Yeah, and it's no surprise, actually, as we look back at the replays, what y'all cannot see is that Watts ahead on Team Alaska has been not readying up immediately, just making sure everyone can talk, say, let's be on the same page, because they understand, like, this is a series they can win. They've been on the precipice so close, but they did, unfortunately, I'm sure if you ask them, choke in that first series of the day against Team Pacific Islands, and now they don't want to have that happen again. What will happen, I guess we'll have to see on the pitch. Let the mechanics speak for themselves. Game 7, final series of group play to determine some seeding going into playoffs.
We talked about the fact that they're seeding on the line. It's also pride. There's been a lot of chatter between these teams. Who's actually going to come out on top when the clock strikes 000? I'll tell you what, it was nearly Team Alaska to start out ahead. An early lead that you feel like they might have needed, Taco, based on how the last couple games went.
Yes, and being able to actually get those leads will dictate quite a lot. Honestly, there's been, outside of a game number 3, we had a decent amount of back and forth in most of these games, or maybe one team kind of taking advantage, but with lead switches, it can get you a little anxious. It makes you have mistakes, and honestly, Japan seems like such a momentum-based team. You do not want to let them get that first goal, and it can be tough, especially now that Dead Prez has engaged in some demo work. Now Undercooked Egg looking for a strike, but will be denied on the deflection.
Looks like the defenses are being kept honest here at the start of the game. They've pretty much read every single tool out of the kit from each team. They know what to expect. Will the talent showcase enough stopping power to keep this game 0-0? How about the leading bump ahead of Spills to close in for the goal?
You know, if you're good at something, you gotta get it trademarked, and right there, that is patent pending. When you see the demo play, what's that getting one, Spills knocking someone out, get a little stiff arm, and then it says, okay, I'm just gonna take this one forward, play for a 50, but none required. Team Alaska now has got 3 minutes, 47 seconds away from taking this last series, but of course, it's never that easy. Ballsy making sure of that one, immediate crash, but right into Watts.
It's interesting that one of the cards that has been lied face up for Alaska in terms of strategy. That leading bump play from what's ahead is still working late in the game. I feel like the issue right now, though, for Team Alaska is there's a lot of tools that can work in favor of Team Japan. Every single one of these players has been an incredible striker.
Yeah, the thing is, they just need to set up. How about that one? Wow, I'm waiting for that one. And even with 0 boost, still going to be able to cut it past 1. Kind of desperation cut as the boost goes down, but luckily Ballsy not able to wrap around this one. A little bit of miscommunication as Team Japan has 2 players for it. Luckily, no penalty there, but make this counterattack a little more fangless.
I remember hearing from Team Alaska, you know, we're great when we communicate, if we communicate. Sometimes it's tough to make the right comms, and you can see that when it breaks down and 2 players are going for the same ball, but maybe it's best to get all hands on deck here because this could be an open look. Spills had low boost, but that low elevation shot makes it a little bit easier to save. That one difficult for, I don't know, but double jump makes the work enough. This one's still a little bit timid though for Team Alaska. There's just nobody left after all those rebounds.
That's a rough one because you can see all the boost starvation coming home to roost right there. You have no one being able to get this read. Honestly, the closest is Spills, but they can only put that one right into the ceiling. A touch they're going to want back, but right past halftime of Game 7, all knotted up yet again. Maybe Spills can get it right back off the kickoff, trying to go low, potentially on the possession play, but instead gets sent right back into their half, only for Watts to put on the backboard. Is this moment? Trying to go underneath. It's excellently executed.
You can get an explosion with the demolition, but you can also get a goal explosion, and I think that might be one of the most satisfying of them all. And oh, we haven't seen the quick chat sprout in sometime. Now that you've got maybe a winning lead, Alaska are piping up.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, when are we going to see the return? It feels like almost everyone, as you mentioned, kind of leaned forward. And when you lean forward, maybe your hands aren't as close to your keyboard as you might like. But hey, maybe we'll hear a little bit chirp back here. Ballsy gets an instant response.
This is just bound to happen. It was bound to happen after the triple. What a save. You're instantly walking under a ladder, seeing a broken mirror. It's bad luck. It turns against them. Kickoff goal to tie it up.
So now it really is just that small. You think about all the big moments in a game like this. You go for the air dribbles, you go for the double tap, you go for the backboard read to spike it on down. But sometimes it really is just simple like that. Spills, you got to get back on this one, and does on 0 boost.
I counted him out completely. I was just ready to see the name across the middle of the screen, but that's not the case whatsoever. These teams will fight to the bitter end until they get to the end of the goal line. Dead Prez, what a leap to make a save if they've done it again. But it's too little, too late, as it still eclipses the goal line.
How good of a shot is this? 3 defenders go, and no one gets it away. In his own word, can't stop this train. 3-2 from Team Alaska. And my goodness, they just got to watch these kickoffs as another one is going to bounce dangerously into the mid.
Oh, they've got to be careful on those ones. They've chatted and lost the lead before. Want to do it again, especially not with the clock where it is now. Spills just want to give a single moment, a lick of a chance to Team Japan with the midfield ball as they clamber into it, but it's already turned around in favor of Team Japan. A save needing to be made here by Undercook Egg. They were the 3rd player in the defensive rotation. Did make the stop, but stops aren't going to be enough. 1 minute left. Japan have to lock in.
Spills starting to chase some demos, maybe just to disrupt the offense as much as really throw off the defense, but they have enough goals. It's just about keeping this lead. A little bit of double commit, but Dead Prez is there, well wide. Watts eloquently done on the half flip, way over on that follow through, and another long clear. And I think that's the one thing that's going to frustrate Japan the most. Even with these clears giving back possession to them, it's going to burn like 5 seconds of a clock. They really don't have too much to spare.
Every second so precious. Undercooked Egg in search of a teammate. He's 1 for 5 in this game. Maybe someone else can convert the chances, but the pass to Ballsy got broken up. You imagine it's going to be a passing play because the link-ups have been so good, but they'll only get 1 to 2 more chances to do it. I don't know. Performs elegantly as they dodge 2 bumps and get it across a couple players. And now the bumps, the demos, they're coming through. The collisions go weathered by Team Japan. They can't get it out, but they've got to keep this ball alive. I don't know. Looks to play it around the opponent's ballsy. The last player with boost. No one left to pick it up. And it's Team Alaska to survive in Game 7 and finally clutch out a win.
Back-to-back 3-2 games, but on different sides of the series score sheet. Team Alaska, excellently done. And really, this has been a barn burner again. We started off with a Game 7. We're going to end it with a Game 7 as well. I'm sure Team Japan came into this one feeling confident. They had a first seed potentially in their back pocket if they could close it out pending some results. But Team Alaska, if nothing else, playing spoilers, and what a way to do it with maximal drama.
I still love that they play to their strengths. You know, they know what skills they've harnessed, and that first opening goal being what's ahead, lead blocker into Spills' goal, like that just spells a team who know how to play like Team Alaska, and I can't wait for them to bring that hallmark performance into playoffs. But right now, you know, it's about enjoying, it's about celebrating that win, because that was hard fought and well earned.
And being able to see just how well they all come together to be able to get that play going. Because, again, we've said it before, like sometimes when you have these kind of pickup tournaments where players just kind of grabbing some teammates, putting it together, going through a quick qual, and playing now in a main event, it comes off as a little rough around the edges. But no, every single player had to be involved with the team, had to have a strategy and acting. And we talked to all of them. This is not just like, yeah, we're trying to have fun. They're like, no, we're actively trying to work on improving our comms, making sure we're getting those lead demos. And as you mentioned, sticking tried and true to what works for you. Team Alaska, play physical, get those follow-throughs, and that's what led them to victory.
So I'm curious, Danger Talk. I mean, I'm sure maybe we'll get the chance to talk to this team again, but looking at these squads, right, we have kind of this weird setup where Team Alaska lost to the Islands. The Islands got defeated by... it was Alaska, right? Or Japan, and then Alaska beats Japan. It's kind of this like triangle that I'm having a hard time talking about it or sorting out what team is supposed to win this tournament. It's a toss-up.
Yeah, it's funny because that's like the exact thing as analysts that we're, you know, acutely aware of is when you're like, oh, it's like a transitive property. Well, this team lost to this team, but then they beat the team that beat the team that just beat, wait, hold on. And then you try to like keep everything in track. It just doesn't work like that. Like ultimately every team matches up differently, as we both know. So it can be tough. The thing is that for everyone at home, it seems like everyone really does have a shot. Even Team Korea, who has struggled in this group stage, has had moments where they've been able to take a game and been so close to being able to really elevate themselves throughout a series. So definitely tomorrow looking real nice and shiny, especially now that with that last series, we have come to the end of group stage. We've been kind of chatting through and seeing really with each interview, with each passing series from day one yesterday to now to day 2, that the teams are saying like, yeah, we have certain teams we're on the lookout for, but honestly, there's so much more to come. And who knows, even tomorrow, they could get even better and kind of synergize even more. They do seem like they are elevating their gameplay with every passing day, getting more and more comfortable and more importantly, more confident in each other.
Yeah, the confidence in having that team chemistry come together in a special way is really important. Going into a match, especially when the stakes are high now, having a game plan is so important. So, Taco, I think we might be ready to talk about that game plan a little bit in an interview.
Absolutely. We have what's ahead coming in for Team Alaska after that clutch play. And got to say, what's ahead? Congrats on your win. I mean, are you sweaty? Are the pits a little bit moist after that one? Because that was
a little
that
bit.
Really took a lot out of you guys, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely flustered a little bit, but even turning across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, I'm just what's ahead. What a thriller. I finally get the chance to talk to a chief demoer, you know, one of the best that I've ever seen do it, really. Can you tell me what it takes to knock out players in the way you do? I mean, you do it so efficiently, so effectively. I want to get in the mind of such a demo tactician.
I mean, I don't think that's really me. That's more my teammate Spills running that on the demos. I occasionally go for the calculated bumps, helping the teammates score them, and if they come along. But could it be a better time, especially after riling up the other teams? Can't stop this train. We're just gonna keep on moving along and keep the pace.
Yeah, we definitely saw that coming into it. I mean, did you expect it to be as chippy as it was within that lobby? I mean, just the pregame lobby, I saw Team Japan lobbing kind of like threats at you guys, just like, you don't even want this smoke, just forfeit now or all that. So, like, I mean, was there like a calculated effort of like, yeah, we're going to go back and forth? And did you notice like those chats starting to die down? As did you have to kind of like focus in and make sure that the gameplay was kind of like first and foremost your main focus?
Yeah, I mean, they starting their chats, and then they got real quiet after we won the games. And I think Uncooked Egg's gonna have to just change that username because I'm pretty sure he's cooked now. But it's going back and forth. We scrimmed him prior to this, and we knew we had some competition and work cut out for us, but looks like it's fading away.
It might be after all. I mean, looking forward to tomorrow, right? The stakes are high, and we're not talking about seeding anymore. We're talking about elimination or progressing for that world champ spot. For you, what does preparation look like? I mean, you just talked about doing a little scrims here. Maybe it's about just getting some time off the game because you just went through 3 insane matches. What are your thoughts looking forward to tomorrow?
Definitely just go find some good food and get some good sleep in. Eyes are just on fire from looking at a screen for so long. It's taxing for sure.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, being able to get that recuperation. I mean, we actually also saw, just to kind of like wrap it all together, like we didn't get to see you on stream yesterday, but it seems like today results are speaking for themselves. You're playing a lot more cleanly. Do you feel like, are you kind of warming up to the LAN environment a bit more and feeling like your eyes are actually progressing as a squad, even just in the 24 hours between match day 1 to 2 and potentially 3?
Yeah, definitely progression. There's times where I would say get in our heads as a team, and then we just stop comms of what we do call out, and then that's like the game we had against Japan where we just got washed 0-4. Then we kind of have a regroup minute and bring it back home.
Yeah. The regroup and then get the comms back definitely makes sense. I'm hearing some comms actually in the background as well. Some people lighting up, maybe some more exciting matches to happen. But it sounds like you've really enjoyed the LAN event and you're warming up to it more as it goes, which is great. It means playoffs is going to see the absolute best from your team. What's ahead? I want to give you the chance to give any shout outs after an awesome win and a great day of Rocket League. Anyone you have to shout out after that matchup?
Shout out our Alaska CA team. Gotta still support them going through the tourney. Mirsad threw a team together last minute, Nuxer, and just I guess base J-Bear for letting us join up on this, and even with everything going on.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. What's that? Let's get back to your team. Get some food in you for sure after a pretty taxing day, and then best of luck tomorrow in the bracket.
Thanks.
And yeah, I mean, you heard it from him. I mean, there was a little chirping, but they just got confident, can't stop this train, and that's the confidence you need to take into a bracket because they're not going in necessarily as the top seed, but if they're playing like that, they can beat anyone.
Absolutely. They play to their strengths. They're confident in doing it. And now I know the difference between demos and bumps. And it's true. If you go for the demos, you go for the demos. But sometimes you just want a physical play or a good collision. And that goes a long way as well. So exciting to see the team bounce back from that Game 7 loss earlier to a triumphant win today. Awesome journey to follow for Team Alaska.
Yeah, and that will indeed wrap up that journey, at least in the group stages. Seeds are in, so we do have our bracket tomorrow, but at least for right now, looking back at what we saw in day 2, it was a Team Alaska type of day, losing in Game 7 in our first series, getting a 4-0 sweep in the next one, and then being able to close it out, obviously, as we just saw, 4-3 up against Team Japan, who was a team that day 1, when we were talking to Balls, he said, yeah, we are the team. We think we're going to sweep anyone, and now I think they might have to update that prior just a little bit because, as we said, any team can win this one. What you like to see, especially out of an event like this in the PACAF Esports Championship.
It is. It sets up the stakes for tomorrow to be absolute banger matches. The semifinals are things that you guys have to tune into because this determines, as you mentioned, who goes to that DAF World Championship. 2 semifinals tomorrow and then that eventual championship in a couple days.
Yeah, especially that. And so you do not want to be able to miss out on that. Obviously, the DAF Championship is what these players are playing for, but this is the PACAF Esports Championship. That'll do it for the Rocket League portion for the group stages. Of course, there is more bracket to be had. 9:30 a.m. JST is when this is starting, so plug that into your time converters. Know what that is in your local time zone, because there's quite a lot of it for the people who are watching. But it's been Pyro J, it's been Dater Taco. Until next time, have a wonderful rest of your evening or morning, wherever you are. And tune in for some more Rocket League action tomorrow.